Peace, 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 peace. About to get started in 1 second. Brooklyn Outlaws, salute. How we sounding? How we sounding? We sounding good? Let me know. Give me a thumbs up. Let me get a thumbs up. A sharp. Chef Trini. Yeah. Brooklyn Outlaws. What's up, Sherry? God bless all the believers. Lord Almighty, bless all the believers in the true imperial majesty, the true royal highness. Salute, salute, salute. I got one of my brothers waiting in the studio. I'm about to let him in a second. We just vibing out real quick. Salute, salute, salute. Yeah. We're going to get it started in a second. It's a celebration for the elimination of the fake nation. Yeah. This will be the last one for real. There's nothing else to talk about after this. No made up memes, no made up memes, no fake nothing. Yeah. Gonna give it 3 more minutes. And I'm gonna let my guest in. He waiting anxious. My brother in the Lord. I mean, that beat is fire. A lot of youngins don't know about this one right here. Let's switch it up real quick while I bring in my guest. We're going to switch it up. brothers on here. Good surprise. But we gonna start it off. Let's get my first brother and fellow member on this panel for tonight. He was on here a couple weeks ago when we did our thing. We gonna salute the Gap Tooth Truth.
What's good?
Salute, brother.
What's up?
Yeah. On the rail. All these crab niggas know the deal on the rail. Yeah. I did it for you because you from Queens. So I did it for you. And San Miguel, he from Queens. He in there on the rail.
All right.
All right, let me do something else. Hold on. If I'm gonna do that, it's only befitting that I do this. I have to do this one. Hold on, because my brother's about to get on, and my brother's from where I'm from. You know, so it's only right that I play this one. You know? And I'm gonna introduce my other brother on the panel for tonight. We started it together. We gonna end it together. My brother Weezy Wee is in the building.
What up? What up?
What up?
All glory to God.
Yes, sir. Blessings. Peace and blessings.
What up, Weezy? I cut mine off too, man. Look.
Yeah, I see that.
Just for a little while.
That looked fresh too. That looked like it was just like today.
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah.
I might grow it back. I don't know. But for right now, this is what I'm doing.
Nah, it's good. It fits you good.
All right. Milk dud it up.
What's going on? Hey, I want to say, because, you know, if you don't mind, Weez, I would just want to salute you and may the Lord bless you for seeing another year. Your birthday yesterday. God bless you and your family.
Oh, wow.
You blessings.
It's my brother's birthday, too.
Life and righteousness, shining in Christ. Your estate is not 8 times worse. You're doing well. You're doing great. The Lord is shining over you. He bless you and your family. So I want to say happy birthday to you. God bless you, brother. I love you, man. Word.
I appreciate that. You see, that's all the energy that I pay attention to. All that other energy, it just goes and flies away.
Well, we're gonna address it tonight, bro. We're gonna address it all. And you know, that's it with that. Like, but we got a theme song to start off with. That was all instrumental just to introduce the guests, but this is a special song that needs to go out tonight for what we about to do to shut down the thief, right? So let's just play it. The song is called Thief. Have to steal from your what you building. Things alone. You gotta find a job, man. You never have no peace. You're always gonna be out in
Hey, Louis.
Yeah.
Well, I think one thief was already shut down, but I heard there's another one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We're gonna get to that. But before we get to that, we got to start off with a tis. And this is what we're talking about. So I received an email from YouTube in regards to a counter complaint against me. And the counter complaint against me, as y'all can see on the screen, was done by Dwight Dennis, Senior. Well, I didn't know he was senior. I thought he was junior. Because I know a situation with Senior that he told me about. I'll spare that, you know. But it has his, you know, the church information and everything. But it shows that it's from Dwight. And to you is Amnoala, but it's Dwight Dennis. This email is a counter notification for our video that was taken down from the icgjc ACU channel. And he's basically putting in a claim to want to be able to use an excerpt from my music video. Whether it has music or it doesn't, it's an excerpt from my music video to use 1.5 seconds of me doing some hand movements, and they looped it over 15 seconds to make mockery of me and say, you know, I'm a fake kung fu artist and all that. I never professed none of that. I never said I knew any kung fu or martial arts, but cool, it's cool. But no, I have the right to file a complaint because you're taking my image and my likeness without permission. I'm an artist. And you're using that to make a mockery for satirical purposes. Now, when you go further and you read this, and by the way, the email is up in my name description, GODTIMEforever@email.com. If you want a copy of anything I put up tonight, email me and in the subject, put what you're requesting and I will send it to you. So it says, a copyright strike against our channel, icgjc official ACU, is made by Jose Rosario. That's me, that's my government. The material is in question is a brief snippet from Mr. Rosario. Wait a minute, Mr. Rosario. In the video, I was a bitch-ass nigga. I'm confused. So, convenient-wise, when you want to play tough and be gangster, you do that. But then you know how to turn back to a snake and come another way. Which one is it? You can't be both. You can't be a gangster in the street and you cannot be a so-called church organization. I'm a God-fearing man. I believe in God. I fear God. I'm not a part of no organization. I'm not a part of no group. I am a man that is devoted to God. I read the Bible. I search the scriptures, not just the 66, but all books that correlate with the scriptures that have been taken out. That's my journey. That's my quest. That's what I'm on, seeking knowledge. I'm a God-fearing man. I'm not in the street. I'm a family man. I'm with my family. I'm not dealing with nothing else. So these guys, they play gangster 1 second, and then the next second, they cooperate with authorities. By every sense of the word that you guys use on other people, that is called a snitch. But let's see how it continues with Dwight. So it says, our video used a tiny snippet containing no audio from Mr. Rosario's song, only brief moments of him striking martial arts poses. We assert fair use under U.S. copyright law for these reasons. And then it gives the reasons. The first thing on the list, it tells you purpose and character of use. The video was a satirical response. So satire, when you look up the word satire, it means to discredit by use of humor, which is an ad-hominem. So what are you trying to discredit me about? You're trying to discredit people taking me serious and the information that's coming out serious by using this to make mockery. But there hasn't been no responses to none of the things that we have put out since the beginning when we started this, May 23rd, May 26th, excuse me, 2019. That was when we did our very first live. All these things after the reasoning why he wants it to be reinstated, now he dry snitches. So he took that link. They took that link of me from my official channel, my St. Ivan the Terrible channel in regards to music. They took it from there, right? So he goes on to say, additionally, we request that YouTube thoroughly investigate Mr. Rosario's behavior lodging the copyright claim against our channel. It appears the claim may have been made to silence our voice rather than genuine concern of copyright infringement. This could potentially constitute an abuse of YouTube's copyright claim system. To provide context, Mr. Rosario has allegedly been verbally, not allegedly, we have, and not verbally, we're not using any profane language in what we say and bringing out the facts against the false house of God and the false prophet, the true antichrist. We don't use no curse words. We don't use no quote unquote swearing or anything profane. To provide context, Mr. Rosario has allegedly been verbally attacking us using YouTube as a platform. Please note these links. And he proceeds to place links. The very first link that is there is the very first live that me and Weezy did when I provided the proof and audio to show Jermaine to be the liar in falsely accusing me of being a so-called federal informant. We played that audio on that live, and that's the first video. The first two links, because it's split in two because of the time, he put that on there to have that removed. Then he has the other lives, which we've done recently. Then he has the live that we did in response after 3 years and 5 months, 1,249 days after we stopped, when Basil lifted his head and started talking again. He got all those videos listed to be removed. Then he goes on to say, Mr. Rosario has another channel. So he's not even talking about my music channel now. Now he's talking about my other channel, hashtag GODTIME, in a live stream, the anniversary, April 1st. He allegedly, again, not allegedly, mocked our late spiritual leader who died on April 1st. So if anybody thought or didn't believe that he died, you just got confirmation from one of them inside. Furthering a disrespectful narrative against us. It appears this was a personal vendetta and not a genuine copyright claim. We respectfully request the removal of the copyright strike, allowing for the reinstatement of our video. So it says his name, he's the authorized representative, and he swears under penalty of perjury that I have a good faith belief the material was removed due to a mistake or misidentification of the material to be removed or disabled, which is, I guess, what's already pre-written from YouTube. So now that that's up, if anybody wants that, you can email me and I will provide that for you. So now I'm going to let it go to Weezy or Gap 2 Truth, whichever one, my brothers, however y'all want to do it. Y'all want to comment on that before we get to the next one? Because the next thing I'm going to address, you already know what that is, but let's comment on this if y'all have anything, and then we take it from there.
You can go ahead, Weezy. I'll go after you.
Well, I mean, again, like just even you, Brett, posting that and bringing that out, it just goes to show you the antics. Like seriously, I was gonna prepare, like I was literally gonna go to some Bible verses, but it's a waste because these guys don't know the Bible and they never deal with the Bible, So, I'm gonna speak what I'm gonna speak, but this has always been the thing from the beginning. when they get caught and they're against the wall, all they try to do is all they do is slander. They lie, and everything that they have a problem with for someone doing, they doing it, and I mean, it's just like you said, like you played that song. It's a house full of thieves, a house full of hypocrites, and we'll take the time out tonight for the last time to address this circus, because that's what we address in the circus. Y'all a bunch of clowns. I'm specific. And I'm not talking about congregants in there that I don't know. I'm talking about the six bozos.
So yeah, I just don't I don't understand. If you are claiming to be men of God, for them, the anti whatever they are unit, if you claim to be men of God, what do you need to go to YouTube or any media platform to try to get strikes against anybody on that level? It just doesn't make any sense. And then on your videos, you say you're men of God, but then y'all acting like y'all gangster. And I know a bunch of y'all. None of us was gangster, not in there. So that don't add up. It don't make any sense to act like that either. To be, to have that type of energy. Why not just stick with the facts, all right? And go with that. All of this other stuff, it just doesn't make any sense. It's not godly. Y'all claim to have the truth and claim it, so that's why I'm saying that. It's not godly. It ain't got nothing to do with anything righteous. I don't get it. You really have to explain it. It just doesn't add up. It's foolish. If anything, it's foolish. I'm sorry. I'm still looking at it on the. I was looking at it on the screen, just like I did a screenshot. I'm looking at this letter, and I'm just like, man, yeah, them run and tell cats. Everything that was said, every video that Louis and Wheezy made, everyone was all facts, all things that are true. No slander, no sideways, nothing. Now, if some of the facts come out funny, I mean, you can do about that. If it's funny, it's funny. But other than that, it's been all facts. So to do that, go run and tell stuff, I just don't understand it. You got to explain that to me. And some other things that I want answers for when we go forward, too. But
yeah,
that's all I
there's a lot to go through. But I just wanted to point that out as we started off, because this is what we're dealing with. So these guys basically want us stay still, take the punches, kicks, stabs, gunshots, spit on, gasoline, flame, torch, poof. Just take every kind of slander, lie, defamation to try to discredit the truth that's coming out against a false prophet, which they should, if they really believed in God, they're supposed to be doing the same thing. They should be in arms with us about a false prophet. No one is exempt from that. No one. So moving on. Okay. Y'all got one. Y'all got one. They have a video up with a mugshot of mine. And the impression that these guys are given with this video is like the situation that happened with me happened recently, like a week ago or something like that. It is now 2024, May 15th, 2024. The situation that transpired with me is well over 10 years ago. It's 11 years already. It happened in 2013. The situation that occurred, which was my personal situation. It wasn't nothing within the so-called church. It had nothing to do with no quote unquote members of the church. It had to do with people in my life that I brought into the quote unquote church that are my family. And nothing ever, by the grace and mercy of God, nothing ever went to media, anything like that, by God's mercies. Now, had I played around and believed the false prophet, y'all don't know, I was in the biggest trial of my life, not even with the situation I was going through, with my faith. I was listening to man. And everything that I was doing when man was telling me, I was convincing myself that it was working and it was good, but it was failing. And that's what we do in there. We convince ourselves what this man said and told us. If we applied it, it worked, but it was always disastrous. And I wasn't going to gamble with my life, with the situation that transpired. So I took a plea deal with my situation by the counsel of my attorney. It was easy. Either the time that was offered with the plea or play with my life, go to trial, and face football numbers because of conspiracy charges. Not even anything with the quote unquote actual case, but conspiracies. And she told me straight, excuse my language, it will be a shit show. That's when things would have went into quote unquote media or whatever the case, because they were playing on the fact that I was a man with 2 women. And they asked a whole bunch of questions about the quote unquote church. And by the grace of God, the judge was shutting them down and telling them that has nothing to do with the situation, what he believes in. If he wants to believe that this pillar right here or this desk is a God, he could believe whatever he wants. We got to deal with the facts in regards to the case. So I took my plea. I took it. And I did what I had to do. So you got a gentleman that I never sat with you. I don't know you. We don't know each other, dude. Like, fam, we don't know each other, not one bit. We never hung out. We never broke bread. We never partook in a drink. All I know is that you could damn move your arms, that you could dance. That's it. I don't know you, fam. And you putting out some false narrative, which you're lying, you're being deceptive about kids. I don't have babies. I have grown-up children. They're my children because I'm their father, but I have grown-up children. I have adults. My oldest is on her way to 30. I have adult children. My youngest is on their way into preteen. What are you talking about? You a liar, dude. Ronald Ruiz, you a liar. I don't know you. I never sat with you, spoke with you, nothing. All that was done in there was this when you did it to me. And I smote you back because you had to smite for me because I was over you. That's all I know about you. The last videos that was done that we did live, when I even made mention of you guys, I called you gentlemen.
Hey, Louis.
Yeah.
Now, I just want not to cut you off on that. I just wanted to point out Ronald Ruiz, who Louis just mentioned. That's poll number 1. Just keep track of it. It's poll number 1.
Yep. Well, I know I don't have to, A Sharp. I know I don't have to. But I want to. I want to. We addressed this on the very first video that we did. And Weezy from back then, what did you tell me, Weez?
Yeah, the same. Well, honestly, Louis ain't even want to do it. And he ain't have to address it like he not doing now, but the truth got, you know, this, we dealing with lies and slander. You understand what I'm saying? And we just not going to tolerate that. But again, he don't have to address it. Just like the first video, he didn't. And, you know, him addressing it actually did a lot of good. So that's why these things get addressed.
Right. Let me explain something to Ronald Ruiz and to everybody else on that panel that I don't know. Well, there's only one other dude from North Carolina. I don't know him. I never sat with you, dude. I never ate with you. We never broke bread. We never drank nothing. You didn't have my number. I didn't have your number. If you did have my number, it was for counsel purposes, but we wasn't in communication. I don't know you, fam. You want to come up now and there. You looking to keep excelling in an imaginary government and an imaginary nation. Dog, I don't know you, fam. All I know is you coming up to me, sir. Oh, sir. Whoo, the Byzantine kings. Who, sir? Gawk 9,000. That's all I know. I don't know nothing else, man. That's all I know.
All that is, man, listen, this is a testament that everybody in there is fraudulent, man. For real, like it don't matter. You didn't break bread with Louis. You ain't break bread with none of us. And in there, in that imaginary world, you was a nobody. B, how you a nobody in an imaginary world? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. That's a fact. So Ronald Ruiz, again, who was formerly known as Apostle Tazadaqyah Mathanya, because when I got sentenced, I was still Apostle Tazadaqyah Mathanya. I lost that position a week later due to a temper tantrum from Jermaine because somebody had posted free me and put my name. And because there were still brothers talking with me and helping me out because I'm not there. And my family is alone. And Jermaine cut all that off. It was severed. So I never professed to be holy. I never professed to be the sinless. I never professed to be the sinless one. The self-proclaimed person sent from God. I ain't never professed that. There's only one sinless, and that's the Lord. Nobody else. Everybody's a sinner. We all subject to sin. Some do it presumptuously, which means they do it on purpose. They premeditate it and they do it. And others do it because of weakness or because of what they call a crime of passion, like somebody that might unalive somebody and they didn't mean to do that. It just happened because, you know, the heat of the moment and is a world, you know what I'm saying? It's not the same as a murderer. Like you guys making songs called Red Rum. If you really could catch me, y'all would really try to murder me. For real. You make a song about me and Weezy and all the other brothers that left, calling us traitors and everything, and say we deserve red rum, murder. God said, thou shalt do no murder.
Right.
God said, no murderer shall enter into his kingdom. And you talking about red rum on me and Weez and others like us because we stand up in boldness against the lies. You got little dudes that your little minion dudes that's trying to impress y'all, writing diss tracks. These guys make diss tracks about me, guys. Like, how important am I, or how significant am I that you're wasting all this time on me? You should be building and growing because you're not busting out the seams. And we got the proof. We have the proof.
Hey, Louis.
We're gonna show it tonight.
Hey, Louis, even this is what I'm saying, right? They call themselves the house of God and where the truth is at, right? Speaking in terms, okay, so you look at us as enemies, right? The scriptures give you order on how to deal with enemies, and red rum is not one of them. Murder is not one of them. And you're understanding that, oh, it's the enemies inside here. That don't even make no sense because inside there you shouldn't have enemies, so you can't be talking about somebody in there.
Right.
According to your understanding.
Right.
So you break, like, this is what I'm saying. This place breaks every possible biblical order that there is.
Mm-hmm. And
Sorry,
try to stand. No, it's cool, bro. And I'm about to open the floor for y'all. Y'all know we spoke about this. I want to get these 2 points out, and then it's on. I'm gonna go through each point and everybody address. You already know the deal. But again, dudes is talking and trying to put out some, and it's done. I'm gonna tell you what the intent is. They hate to see me confident in Christ. If it was up to these guys, Saul would have never became Paul. When you read the epistle of Barnabas, it talks about how the apostles were the worst of the worst. They were sinners. They were sinners. When Christ performed the miracle for Peter, and the fish were caught in the net, and it was so much fish brought on the boat that it almost sank, Peter stepped back and said, I'm not worthy. I am a sinful man. Paul said when he was changed from Saul to Paul, he said, everything that I want to do in the Lord, I don't. I'm doing the stuff I'm not supposed to. And I find there's a war in my members, and I keep sinning. My flesh goes against the spirit of what I'm supposed to do, and my spirit is fighting against the flesh not to do the things I'm not supposed to do. We all sinners. We all sinners. There's nobody that's sinless. The only one that's sinless is the Holy Messiah, the Royal Imperial Majesty, whose name we do not know. It's not the YHWH. It's not Jesus Christ. We still say that ignorantly, but he says if we make it to his kingdom, then we'll be given his new name. How the hell you got a new name and you're saying the YHWH? And that didn't even start with you guys. They've been talking about the YHWH way before y'all. So, again, I got a mugshot. Okay. I went through a situation in my life that I rightfully deserved. I was on a path of evil, corrupted from that place. Just like a lot of you are, but you will never confess to it and you'll never say it. How you look at your life and you see that your life was better before you even came up in that place as far as righteously. There's certain morals and codes and things that you stood on before coming in there that you switched when you got in there, following the culture or the code. So nevertheless, I went through the situation that I went through. It was heartbreaking, and I deserved it because things had to be put back in perspective. My focus had to be solely on God and not man. I took the time that was offered in the plea deal. I dealt with it. I served 9 months in prison and 17 months on parole. Every other time that's missing that doesn't equate to 3 years is called cognitive time, which is quote unquote good behavior that the state I was in gives it to you in advance, and they take it away from you as you gather infractions. If you don't gather infractions, that cognitive time stays with you. Plus, you shave days off while you work because prison is not like the movies, you know, harmonica, and you damn just sitting back laying down. Now you got to work. So, yeah, my process and everything that I went through, it was tormenting. I've never been through this in my life. I've been through the system, growing up in New York, growing up in the Bronx, going through the things that I went through and dealing in the street and stuff like that. I went through the system a lot. Through the bookings, you stay in the bookings over the weekend and you get the bullpen therapy and then you come out. So that happened a lot, but I never been to prison. So going through that experience, yeah, from the county and then getting taken down to go get received through reception to find out what prison you're gonna do your sentence. Yeah, that's nerve. It's a horrible experience. And any real one, even real dudes in the world, they don't wish that on an individual. They don't wish that on an individual because they know that could come back to them. How they know that, and this place don't know that. what goes around comes around. Whatever that you wish on someone else in Deuteronomy 19 is going to be done to you. Somebody goes through a misfortune, we're not supposed to say good for them. Supposed to pray for them. Somebody goes through a misfortune, you're not supposed to celebrate that. You're supposed to mourn for that and hope that they get themselves back. But nevertheless, let me finish, Weez. I'm sorry. Nevertheless, there's a guy on there that I'm embarrassed to even lower myself to consider a friend. And it's not Dwight. Even though he's a disappointment altogether, but he never was a real one. He never was. I'm talking about Mike. Calling me all kind of bitch ass nigga and toughen up dude and calling me all kind of stuff. That's cool, brother. Said I called him crying and he had to tell me to toughen up. Now, let's say that is true. Let's say that's true. I'm supposed to be your boy. I'm supposed to be your brother. If I'm calling you, instead of using that as a point to look at me as somebody weak, now you got something up on me, why you ain't trying to encourage me? You a fraud, man. We're going to expose your fraudulence. Weezy always knew you was a fraud, and I defended you. Weezy, is that true?
That is so 1,000,000%.
He always called you a fraud and knew stuff and tell me stuff off the books, show you how real I am, bro. Everything ain't got to, listen, it ain't got to damn go back and tell you what Weezy said to sow some damn discord. That's some whole stuff. We don't do that where I'm from. We don't do that where I grew up at. And that's real stuff. What the Lord said in his word about how the heathen do the law, not even knowing that they doing the law. So if I did call you, which I did, was I crying? I was. Was it how you trying to make it seem like I was damn in the corner like this and all that stuff? All right, brother. That's cool. If that's the perception you want to put out, anybody dumb enough to believe that, you can believe that. Everybody that knows me prior to coming into that cult. And again, I'm not bragging about nothing. Everything that they're slandering my name of is never spoken of about me where I'm from. You can't find it. Or the world that you call the world that I come from, what I was a part of, you can't find it. And Dwight know that. He been around. He heard stuff from other people, not from me. So Basil uses that as a point of interest to try to make mockery and stuff. Okay. It was a traumatizing experience. I tell you, I learned my lesson in regards to everything overall that transpired. I had to go through it. The Lord definitely humbled me. He definitely broke me. I deserved it. I almost lost everything. And in fact, I did lose everything, and by the grace of God, got it back. By God's grace, not by you dudes that, damn, why is he so happy? Damn, how come he got a whole bunch of videos? Damn, how come he's doing all kind of songs? He's doing all kind of this, he's doing that, he's traveling. Unlike your false prophet, false teacher, I got stamps in my passport. So I went through the situation, the humiliation, being told when to go, when not to go, strip, naked, you got to lift your privates, you got to split your cheeks, bend over, all that. To get searched. Then out of nowhere, you could get a random damn search where everybody got to get on their beds and you got to be face down with your legs up and the dog's just coming through sniffing. But it's all kind of stuff. And if I was in the mindset of you guys, then I wouldn't have met some really, really good dudes in there, man, that were remorseful about stuff that they did, that we would build on. And they would tell me like, bro, you know, We're human, man. Things happen in life, brother. You know what I'm saying? You get out, do better, do this, do that. From people in the world telling me that. OGs that I'm with that's doing 20, 30 years. And they ask me, what you in here for, fella? And I tell them, and I go through the situation. Oh, you got 3 years? You little punk ass 3 years, you be out, man. That ain't nothing, man. It's your first joint? Come on, man. Yo, hey, yo, what stretch is this right here? Like, you know, and you laugh about it because it's like, yo, these guys really bragging about that. You know what I'm saying? But everything that happened, again, God did that. He controls that. Then he say he can take you from the dunghill and make you sit amongst princes? Y'all only think that applies to you. That's what you think. You are sadly mistaken. You don't know the mercies of God. You don't know. You've been lied to, and you hinder yourself. So yeah, went through the whole process, went through the situation, even did a 24-hour joint in solitary because an administrative move was done on me. I was sent to one place, getting closer to going into another situation that would allow me to come out earlier. And I got hit with an administrative move and they sent me right back. And I was in one of the worst prisons in Jersey for 24 hours, but that still it messes with the psyche. Like, yo, till I got to move back. So it was a lot of time to think. It was a lot of time to read the Bible by myself, not hear nobody's voice in my ear. Yeah. How Aaron be doing? He said, what do you call it, the Tazi language? He said, you all speak Tazi. I didn't have none of that in my ear. I was reading for myself. Wait a minute. That don't, what? Reading. So I go through my situation, like I said, and I'm thinking when it's time to see parole, which came 6 months later, I got sentenced in March of 2015. October 2015, I saw the parole board. I think I'm going to get hit, which means I'm not going to get granted parole and I'm going to have to max out and do my time. And again, I'm not making fun of no brothers in prison. They call them the prison lawyers and stuff like that. Nah, they be knowing stuff. And all of them was saying, bro, you're not going to get hit. You're not going to get hit. You're not going to get hit. You be out. You be out. Just when you get out, do good, bro. Do what you're supposed to do, man. Well, I was getting from OGs, from dudes older than me, man. So I saw a parole by the grace of God. It was an old sister, old woman that was on the joint. She chewed me up. Something that I needed. And I knew it was from God. I knew it was from God. Unlike y'all, I know God can work through anybody. And you know it when you see the results, that's of God. And she granted me parole. I called my wife joyful. Baby, I'll be home soon, 2 more months, blah, blah, blah. She reported to Lincoln to tell Jermaine. And then the false prophet, the Antichrist, said, how you know your husband didn't turn to the feds? That's not even mentioned of me in the quote-unquote world that I was a part of and that I come from. But yet, I'm going to do that to what I believe is the truth, what I believe is of God, what I believe was changing my life. Y'all never knew me. Y'all never knew me. You just used me for the position that I had in there to benefit you. So I came out in December of 2015. Then I went through the whole thing of the halfway back, halfway house, got a job. The Lord blessed me with a job that I can keep and that I can grow with. And I did grow with, and I stayed there for many years. And I dedicated my life to what God said you're supposed to dedicate your life to when you are a husband, and that's your family. You guys want to try to talk about, when you was in there, you took you know, you was getting stuff from brothers and stuff like that. I'm gonna shout out the real ones later, if they still in there or not. I'm gonna shout them out. Brothers that really knew what I was dealing with and they helped. Gap 2 Truth is one of them. Weezy's another one. So anybody that know, you know my position, what my position was in there, right? My position in there, as all of them had seen when they had their, and by the way, not to brag or nothing, but I'm telling I gotta speak the facts in what is. I'm the first of the 42. I'm of the original quote unquote 42 that was made a 42 chief priest. I'm the first, one of the first in that first group.
Yo, Louis.
Yeah.
Can I say something with that real quick?
Yeah.
This is something that people don't know, but we speak it in terms of being in that place. When the 42, that list of 42, Jermaine out of his own mouth said is a very short list. You guys know what that means? It's a very short list. This is for the 6 bozos. You was not on that short list.
The first of that order of the quote unquote 42. Then there was setups amongst in there, here and there. Guys try to set me up. Brought the council and they got destroyed by Jermaine for following somebody else to set me up, hating on me. I was there every Tuesday and Wednesday while dudes that y'all looking up to, bozos on that panel, was passing by me. Oh, you gotta stay back? Peace. Huh? I'm out. Huh? See you when I see you. Huh? So from there, also, one of the first of the 12 apostles, so-called apostles. One of the first of the 12. And whoever was there, what did Jermaine say about me? He said, Kazak, he keep the schedule as the holy apostles. He comes when we come and he leaves when we leave. Said he's like Joshua to Moses. Everybody in there, Gog 9,000, whatever he said.
Yo, you know what's crazy about that though, Louis? Because if we looking at everything, right, just on the strength of that Jermaine has said these things about you and other members that he chose to be part of his elite, and then according to in there, you leave out of there, Jermaine is false. He don't know judgment. And you following a man that don't know judgment. The reason I'm saying that is because Christ, when he chose this 12, he said, yeah, I knew one of you was going to be who you are. That's the king. Jermaine don't know nothing, man. That's what I'm saying. Y'all dudes is false.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at a man right here, and then that quote-unquote Jermaine chose as his elite, and it's not in there no more. That should tell you something. Be like, yo, it should be like, yo, this nigga Jermaine don't know shit.
Yeah, that's a fact. So y'all all know I'm telling the truth when it comes to that in my position and then what I did and what I held and what I had to do up in there. So I was seen by the council in 2016 because I'm not going to front. I was battling. Do you understand? I came into that joint when I was 21 years old. And I did 2 decades in that place. I did my entire 20s and my entire 30s in that place. I developed what I thought was friendships. Like, I'm still great friends with Weezy. I'm still great friends with Aaron. Still great friends with a lot of brothers that we was really cool in there. Me and Aaron ate together. We drove together. We joked together. We sat together. So I'm still, you know, by the graces of God, I still have good brothers that was in there. But there was others. And, you know, some of them, sadly, is on the opposite side. One perished and passed away. May the Lord have mercy on his soul. A really good friend to me. Kazak Gabar. But again, you know, yes, situation happened in my life. I went through the situation. I dealt with the situation. Everybody from that situation has moved on. Everybody. It's personal business. It was marital, family-oriented business. It has nothing to do with nobody. But Jermaine was mad that I didn't take it to trial. But yet, he accepted a plea. If the so-called God-sent comforter was innocent, holy, and righteous and didn't do nothing, this is a travesty. This is against me and against the church and nobody. Then why did he take a plea? Why was the plea taken? Why didn't he go to trial? You're going to find out the false prophet and the Antichrist was a hypocrite. Everything that he told men to do, he would not do himself. And the things that he wished on others, it happened to him. Ultimately, death. For you guys that wish that we would melt on the spot or wish that we was dead. I never wished death on any of you guys. There's so much I know, especially with Mike. Especially with Dwight. That I don't want to cross those boundaries, man, because at the end of the day, I don't hate them. I know that they in there blinded and they got to stand on business with who they believe is who. But you made the choice. You got to deal with that. But your personal life, as far as your babies and children or whatever may have, grandchildren, if some of you have that right now, you know what I'm saying? That's not. I ain't gonna do that. But we are gonna talk about what was seen, what was in the open. But I'm gonna save you of those secrets, man. I'll save them. So I did what I had to do. I finished parole. I got my certificate of completion. I finished in May of 2017, completed, done everything that was required of me to do. Everything. Everything. Anger management, parenting classes, everything. Group counseling, I did everything that was mandatory and mandated of me to do to complete, and got certificates, completed. Everything is over and done. It happened 11 years ago. I was free of it in 2017. So if you want to count from 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 7 years later, completion. The minimum time, even on statute of limitations, is 7 years. You guys really mad that I'm still alive, that the Lord had mercy on me. It could have been the littlest thing that was done, and y'all, just because I don't believe and follow your fake church and your false prophet, that I'm the most heinous person in the existence of humanity. None of you name nothing of me doing something to you. Heinous? I ever committed adultery with any of your wives? I ever hollered at any of your wives? Huh? I've been around your kids. I ever touched any of your kids? Huh? Huh? Never stole from none of you? Never. Talking about heinous? Because you want to be a bunch of gossipers and talk about personal business. But we're not talking nothing personal when it comes to the false prophet and to what we're going to get into tonight. Just for the record, Proverbs 24:16, it lets you know how a just man falls 7 times and he gets back up. A just man is someone that does righteousness. He that does righteousness is righteous, thus saith the Lord. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to fall. You might do something, or you might slip or something, and, you know, you got to face some type of judgment. That don't mean it's the end of your world. The only thing that guarantees the end of your world is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's it. Romans 14:4. Who are you to judge another man's servant? As so graciously given by my brother Gap 2's Truth the other day when we was talking. Don't you know that godly sorrow bringeth to a kingdom? 2 Corinthians 7 verse 10. You're not going to steal my thunder. You're not going to steal my joy. You're not going to steal my knowledge of salvation and knowing what the Lord can do. He said he can save you to the utmost. What? Y'all limit God's power because you believe in man. I don't believe in man. I believe in the king. I don't believe in a man. I believe in the king and his word. Never wish death on none of y'all. Never threaten none of y'all with blades. You got youngsters rapping talking about they got blades for me. Oh my God, you need to learn a lesson. They're not teaching you, youngin'. Whoever you are, they're not teaching you. Real bad boys move in silence, man. You don't mention what you're gonna do in a song, or on a live, or in an interview or something. You don't say what you're gonna do.
Oh, I thought he was talking about his profession.
Do it. Huh?
I thought he was talking about his profession, that he was a barber or something.
Nah. If you're gonna do it, you just do it. So make up your mind. Y'all street or you a church? If you a church, then focus on reopening places before you can bust out the scenes. We're gonna get to that. But focus on that. Okay? Like I said, if it was up to y'all, Saul would have never became Paul. And when you read the epistle of Barnabas, it tells you clearly, man, the apostles were the worst of the worst. Where the king came from, it said, can anything good come out of there? From the slums, from the hood, from the ghetto. So that's it. That's what I wanted to address on that. Again, nobody's going to steal my confidence in Christ. No one. No one. You don't know me now. Y'all don't know me at all. So with that, I'm done with that topic. And we're going to move on into the good stuff, Weez. We're going to start from the top because Dwight Gladstone Dennis, DGD, hold on. I got to do this one time. I got to do it. Weezy had a special request.
Bozo number 2.
I didn't want to do it at first, but I said, you know what? I'm going to do it.
That's Bozo number 2, by the way. Keep track. Now we're going into Bozo number 2.
I got to do it for my brother Weez. Let me find it. Oh, here we go. Let me go. I got to do this one by one. Excuse me. So as we talking and I present files, I'm going to go through it. And see, we don't have to make memes. We don't make memes. We're not going to do no... Well, we got one by request of my brother Gap Tooth Truth. We got one meme I'm going to play later, but it's fitting. It is so fitting. And I think is worthy of what needs to be displayed tonight. But Weezy, he always got a burger in his mouth.
All the time. You went easy with him, though. That's a single burger. We know him for the quadruple burgers.
Excuse me one second. Y'all can talk and I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, hey, Aaron, this right here, you see this is Bozo number 2 right here. We were friends in there. We were friends with this kid right here. Mm-hmm. And it's crazy that, you know, going along with what Louis saying, for him to do this, he got a lot of balls, man. The amount of secrets we know about him, it's insane that he even doing this. That's how you know they lost their wits. All these niggas is split. You seen the movie Split? All of these niggas is split.
Yep.
These niggas got identities.
Yeah, it always amazed me because when we was in there, wasn't nobody gangster. So, you know, I thought we left the streets behind. I know I did. I definitely was in the streets. I was not on my best behavior when I should have been, for sure. But but in there I wasn't on no nothing street. So I don't get it. I watched the video and I was like, yeah, these all this tough talk, and I sat with all of them, had conversations with all of them men, and except for the dancing dude, I never really had a conversation with him, but
He said that
everybody else, I never the silky shirts, the nylon shirts, and all that, the pop locking and all. I mean, I'm not dissing dancing. My brother used to dance. I ain't hating on dances or nothing, but I don't dance. You know what I'm saying? I never was a dancer. But I'm saying this to say, when we was in there, wasn't nobody on no gangster stuff. Nobody was all tough. It's certainly not Mike. Mike, you never been no gangster. Like I watched the way you move, man. Now you have this arrogance about you, like you always had something, bro. You've been a bum, like wasn't nobody getting nothing in there. So I'm not saying you a bum, like you on the street or nothing like that. I'm saying like financially, you ain't never had nothing until you started stealing. So, but I mean,
Aaron,
we'll get to that. But yeah,
Aaron, just real quick to interject with what you're saying, that we know he's not a gangster, and this irony is so ironic that we talking about a man who used to work for the IRS. You know what it takes to work for the IRS? You know the extensive background checks they do?
yeah, you gotta be a square. You ain't nothing wrong with that. You gotta be a square.
That's what I'm saying. It's nothing wrong with that. Miss Mike, John Doe, who I really address him as John Doe. That was his first rhyming name, John Doe. That's when he had some sense. The nigga worked for the IRS. You squeaky clean, B. You SpongeBob.
Hold on. Let me help you, Weez. Let me help you. That's your man when he was in the Air Force.
Right. Like, come on, stop. Like you really talking this craziness over a man who really helped you when you went through troubles that I know. You really going when you call the truce. You lucky we ain't find them conversations because you called the truce a few years ago.
Facts.
You called the truce.
Facts.
A few years ago, and it's crazy that you back on the platform after you committed a crime in there, which I think Louis gonna talk about later. You committed a crime. It's irony the crime that he committed because he used to work for the IRS dealing with people's taxes so they won't steal.
Yeah.
Ironic.
And the thing about it is, just being in there and all you sneak watching congregants, salute, hi. But let me just touch on this. We are a wealthless people, right? Meaning we ain't got no money like that. We hardworking 9-to-5 people. That's what we always been. And especially in this. So when you got the government tax you, and Mike, you know this, since you work with the IRS, a 9-to-5 worker gets taxed around 22 to 23% of their money. So if you make 65 grand, just do the math on that. That brings you down. What's that, like 16,000 or something, 13,000, something like that, right? And then these niggas want to go and tax you another 20%. So right off the bat, if you just make the minimum 65,000, which ain't no money, especially in New York, New Jersey, the tri-state area, that ain't no money. You poor if you make 65,000. That brings you down to 42, about 41, 42. Then you got to divide that by 12. That puts you somewhere around 3,000. And then they got all these fees and all these things that you're supposed to give to the church before you even take care of your own bills. You just do the math on that, and they would do that with a straight face. They still doing it with a straight face. I mean, we're in a time of inflation, all kind of going to the store. I got sons that eat through the house. I mean, we can afford it now. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at that, when you just understand economics, to have some niggas sitting up there wasting their time trying to slander people while they robbing every last one of y'all, and y'all know, all you sneak watching congregants, y'all know damn well. Y'all be lying about how much tights y'all paying. Y'all be holding back, and I don't blame you. You should. You should. You shouldn't be giving anything. But if you were given the max, you know you would be out on the street. But these fools want to sit up there and make videos like they in some sort of rap gang or something like that. It just don't make no sense to me.
Especially the sucker. Especially the sucker.
Yeah, like
we don't gotta make. Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry. We don't gotta make memes. These dudes are memes themselves. They do all kind of memey stuff. I don't gotta make nothing up. I don't gotta loop nothing and do a whole bunch of loops. I don't gotta do that. Hey yo,
Louis.
Pause.
Louis,
and
you know
that game.
You know what's crazy about this, Louis? Though, that man right there, he a selfie nigga.
Oh yeah.
Yo, you know what it is to be a selfie nigga.
Before you say it,
I don't want to offend nobody.
Before you say it, Weez, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Please. We got my man MB in the house. Mike, former cult member. Peace, brother.
Hey, peace, brothers. Peace, brothers. How's everybody?
What's good, brother? What's going on?
All right.
I just wanted to introduce you real quick because you tapped in, you with us. So Weezy, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
Not real quick. And again, I'm speaking as me. This is my opinion. You know, you don't have to go with this is me.
No, I'm going with it. I agree with you 100%. I see it all the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you thing. Men who take selfies, man, don't trust them. Reevaluate that. If you take selfies, like you can't be taking selfies as a man. Your man got a selfie with sucking a bone. So these niggas went from bone suckers to hologram nut suckers.
Oh man.
Not the HHN.
The HHN.
Hologram.
Like, I'm again, and I'm sorry because I don't want to insult and stuff, you know, but you take selfies, B. You can never be trusted. You take selfies. You a man that takes selfies. That's suspect. Like I said, all of these niggas is split. And going back to what Aaron was saying, and I'm speaking this for me about Louis. Y'all niggas was trying to clown Louis how he needed assistance and he needed help, this and that. You know that Louis, any money he got, I know this firsthand. Anytime he was making money, all his money went to taking care of whatever was supposed to be taken care of. That's why he was broke. And I'm saying that's why niggas is broken there. Anytime Louis got money, he actually put that church first over his family. And that's the fact. I'm speaking that for Louis. I know
that's so true. That's so true. And it's indicative of the men. Y'all niggas on that video know y'all did the same thing. I'm gonna just keep it 100. I ain't even hating. Y'all did the same thing, just like I did. Put that place first. My family falling apart because of finances. You know, finances wreak havoc on relationships and all that. I mean, they got all kind of studies on that. And I can speak from experience. You want to talk about Louis? Talking about how long he was in there? I was in there from 15 to 43. So I had all of my teens, all of my 20s, all of my 30s, and the first part of my 40s in that place. I mean, bro, I made money. Yeah, there's times where I was making very good money. My profession allows for me to make a good living where I can there's things that I could do for my family, myself and my family, where it was and others and many of you know for a fact when I did well, I took care of everything that was being robbed of me. I won't say required, everything that was being robbed from me and for other brothers and sisters that weren't even related to me in that place.
What you used to do for Basil that you shared with me?
Oh, yo, you want to talk about the dude who wanna flash watches and stuff like that now, right? I used to come off work, right? Work, because I was working at the time, I was working at night. I would come off work, go to my house, change vehicles, get one of my my minivans, go from Allentown to Philly on my way. This would be on the Sabbath, on my way to the church in Philly, and stop at Mike's house, right? To pick up his family to carry them to the church in Philly. And then be on NIS the whole day till 12, whenever, y'all want to talk about bitch ass niggas. When that bitch ass nigga Nathan knew I worked nights and all that, knew where I was coming from, would still hold me there after everybody was gone to make me one of the last people to leave.
You got a sister validating you, telling he remembers that.
Yeah, because it's true. It's 100% facts. And listen, I did it out of just, okay, I'll do it because that's always been the type of person that I have been. I'm not bragging. This is just facts. And the charge of volume, you know damn well, me and you used to sit on that door and you used to be like, yo, Nathan ain't letting you leave yet? Let me go try to talk to him. You know how you talk. Yeah, I don't know what this cat, this little midget had against me and other people, because he would do this to a lot of people, and y'all niggas are still in there can vouch for that. This little Napoleon, let me get this off. I'm sorry. This little niggerly bald-headed Napoleon used to get mad on the low and be behind people's backs all the time, hating. Yashar the Barim, you know that. You used to be like, you used to sit there on that door with me like, yeah, I don't know why. You know how you talk. I don't know why you doing that. I'm gonna stay out of that. But every weekend, I used to do that for Mike and his family. You know what I'm saying? And this is just facts, man. Like you a bum. You couldn't even provide a vehicle for them during that time because you was giving all your energy and all your money, just like everybody else, to this nigga Tazadaqyah.
Yep, that's a fact. To the false prophet, the Antichrist.
And the nigga got talent to where his family could have been straight a long time ago. No hate.
We getting into that real deep.
No hate. Your family could have been straight. Meanwhile, you got me picking them up. You know what I'm saying? I got my own family. I got my own family to take care of.
Yo, listen, real quick. Yo, Louis, and you gonna validate this. Even though I warned you about this snake ass nigga, didn't I speak highly of him? I say he intelligent, and I told you that he was like you. A lexicon. His vocabulary is immaculate.
Yeah. Like
Aaron was saying, he could have made it real far, but it says he settled for making songs about his gray beard. We'll deal with that later.
We going. Yeah.
Now, but I was gonna say what was crazy, and I want to recap real quick. So Bozo number 1 was Ronald Ruiz. Number 2 was Dwight Dennis, which was Amna Waller. 3 is John Doe, St. Basil. That's Bozo number 3. And Aaron mentioned Yashar Jabarium, Bozo number 4, sometime kick around.
Yeah. Who gave him that name? Saint P or Saint Persinius the Niger. You didn't know nothing about no saints or any of that history of medieval times. You ain't know nothing about that. I gave you that name. And everybody in the Kings knows that. They all know that. Saint Persinius the Niger. You was like, who's he? And I showed you who he was. Oh, that's the bull from Septimius Silverus. Yeah, that's him. Oh, I like that.
And you know what's crazy about this too? So y'all just made the video trying to talk about Louis' cases and this and that from over a decade ago. You know what's the beauty about this? Can none of y'all niggas, none of y'all bozos ever speak anything against Louis again, and you surely can't speak nothing against us here. That's some clowns, B. You know how much more stuff we got that we not gonna do because this is a waste of time. Like niggas been living.
3 years and 5 months later, April 18th, 2020 was our last live. 17 days prior, April 1st, 2020, the death and demise of the false Antichrist prophet. We went on there actually in peace of him dying because people were already attacking. Like, that's good, this and that. We was like, nah, don't do that. You got to show some decorum. The scriptures tell you you don't rejoice over the death of your worst enemy, but there is a time to mourn.
Yep.
7 days. And when that 7 days was up and more, we came back April 18th and did that last live because April 17th, y'all was supposed to cross the Atlantic Ocean. Y'all was supposed to cross the Atlantic Ocean, and it didn't happen. So April 18th, we went on there to mock it, and we left it alone. 3 years and 5 months, 1,249 days later.
And we're gonna make this clear. Y'all niggas is not the Antichrist unit. You the Antichrist. Drop the U. Please drop the U. Y'all niggas is the false. Listen, y'all niggas is the Antichrist. Because in your recent Passover, you was praising a man that's dead. You wasn't praising Christ. You the Antichrist. Y'all, do you understand that you hate us because we don't coincide and agree with your leader? It has nothing to do with Christ. The Antichrist unit was not set up to go against anybody that was going against Christ. Louis go into that in a little bit, but the Antichrist unit was not for that. Y'all niggas is bozos. That was nowhere thought of when the Antichrist unit was formed.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all niggas is has-beens and never was in that imaginary world. Do you understand? In a imaginary world, you would not trust it when real niggas was in there.
And get this, Weezy, we still never saw the passport, right? So nobody got when you get a passport, it's a real thing. It's easy to show. It's no big deal.
Right, super easy.
You see that? There it is. It's easy to show a passport and use it too. So your leader was a liar, and y'all are liars. Your leader was a thief, and y'all are thieves. Now, the other thing that we can name, you know what I'm saying? The other things we can name that I don't know y'all personal, whatever, but we saw your leader do a lot of shady, shicey things. And that's not hate, that's just observation.
Well, while we on Mike, shout out my brother Alicia in the building. He's in the chat. Shout out Alicia. Love you, bro. Salute, Godspeed. While we on Mike, I want to show something because this is not something that is being done on his own will. Anybody that's doing this is not doing it on their own will. What you see there is a new thing that's being done in the cult where they're wearing religious ornaments and such. But we're going to get into this. What this is right here is the Hamza hand, or the Eye of Fatima. That's what that is, right? And I don't have the picture of it. We was looking for some things that we couldn't find. We had it before. One time, the brother Quatazapala had put it up on his page, but I mean on his YouTube. But since then, it has not been there. I'm sorry, I'm looking for some files. So we couldn't find it where the leader, the cult leader, is the one that actually initiated this. It's from a speaking engagement. It's from a speaking engagement from, I guess, 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And on the podium, Jermaine had the Hamza hand, and he also was wearing that as jewelry as well. He was wearing the Hamza. So when you look up the Hamza, it says the Hamza or Hamza 5, referring to the images of the 5 fingers of the hand, also known as the hand of Fatima or Fatima, in a palm-shaped amulet. Please remember that word, amulet. In a palm-shaped amulet, popular throughout North Africa and in the Middle East, and commonly used in jewelry and wall hangings, depicting the open hand, an image recognized and used as a sign of protection in many times throughout history. The Hamza has been traditionally believed to provide defense against the evil eye. Right? So, these guys are rocking amulets as a defense against evil. This is what they're doing now. They're rocking an amulet, is what it's called. An amulet is what it's called. And when you look up the word amulet, it says an ornament or small piece of jewelry thought to give protection against evil, danger, a disease. In other communities, people carry amulets with them to protect themselves from the evil eye. When you look at the words that's similar to amulet, you see a lucky charm. You know, in the so-called church, it's not luck. You say, brother, you blessed. You're not lucky. You blessed. That was Kanai. Kanai said that. I think he's an apostle now. Good dude, man. Good dude. And he's seen a lot too, man. So,
Louis,
you know.
Louis.
Yeah.
Relax. Don't do that. He's not an apostle.
You know what I mean, bro?
Don't do that.
Lucky charm. Charm. Talisman. Fetish. Mascot. Totem. Idol. Idol. Idolatry. 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 That's what the Hamza hand is. That's what it is. Let's look at this. In Exodus 22, verse 20, God instructs the Israelites. Who are we?
The miseries, the Mizraelites.
Who are we? In Exodus 22 and 20, God instructs the Israelites, whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed. This meant that those caught engaging in idolatry were to be stoned to death. Similarly, Deuteronomy 17, verse 2 to 5 prescribes death by stoning for anyone discovered worshiping false gods or idols. That's what they wear on their neck. And Basil, Mike, is the one that is more, if I could say, notable because of the position that he held as an apostle and because of his position as, you know, a music person in there.
Well, he's an officer of 100 now. They need to explain that.
Yeah.
Explain how your apostle is now an officer of 100. What kind of offense, by your standards, could he have committed that he is now an officer of 100?
And let's be clear though, that's just recent because they did a couple videos where his name was just listed, so he wasn't even officer of 100.
Yeah. So explain that. Why don't y'all explain that? Why don't y'all come forward and say, since y'all talking about indiscretions of people or whatever, why aren't y'all coming forward and doing that? Is it because the stuff that he doing is the same thing that Jermaine was doing? So y'all cool with that anyway? Yashar Barrier, you a hardworking dude, right? You struggle to get everything you got. I saw how you was struggling, cars all breaking down and all that stuff. Because you giving your money and your family's money to these niggas. What did Mike do with the money you gave into that place? And you sitting up there on the screen with him like it's all cool. Let a nigga rob from me like that. I ain't gonna be sitting there with him. We gotta have to have a conversation. There ain't no way in the world. But I guess birds of a feather flock together. Explain what he did. I mean, why don't y'all come forward and say that? Mike, since you want to talk about people as idiots. The only idiots is the fool sitting up there with you after you done robbed millions. You took millions from that place. And that's documented. Say that what I'm saying is a lie. You a thief, nigga. And you been a bum because you a fool because you gave your life over to that place. You know, there's people that that in this world that don't have that kind of talent. And you waste it. And instead of just building off your own talent, you want to steal from the people that give their hard-earned money in there, man.
Let me say this real quick on the whole subject with Mike because of the Hamza. I want to finish this out. What happened to the understanding of the scripture? Numbers 23 and 23. For the people that's claiming Israelites. For the people that's claiming to be Israelites, what happened to the understanding of this scripture? It says, surely there's no enchantment against Jacob. Neither is there any divination against Israel. What happened to that? Y'all don't believe that? Y'all don't believe that. Y'all believe that it's a hand. That's what you believe? Is the hand? Now, this one you should really be ashamed of. What happened to this? Psalms 121, a song of degrees. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hill, from whence cometh my help. But I thought the Hamza hand was used to help ward away evil spirits and to defend you from evil. What is Psalms 121 saying? I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord. By the way, that capital L, capital O, capital R, capital D, that's God the Father, by the way. Which made heaven and earth, who will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel. Who are we? We's
Israel. Yeah, okay. Israel.
neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from evil. Not a hand. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Yo, real quick with this. See with this psalm that's constantly repeated in there, they have no understanding of the psalms. How you know that? Because look what we're going through. Like, we talking about individuals and their members wearing a Hamza hand that started with their leader. So who's the Antichrist? Like, really, like, you gotta ask yourself, who is the? You always trying to label someone that leaves the organization. You're an organization. You're like the New York Yankees, the New York Mets. You like the Dallas Cowboys. Each organization have protocols, policies, and procedures. You're not of God.
Let me hit him with the last one, Weez, and that's it. I promise. That's it with this. We got to go to the other clips. We had the 10:30 mark. We started at 9. We said we're going to do a minimum 3 hours. So we got good timing. All right, let me finish this last point. For those of you that still, you know, you want to rock this. The ones of you that still want to, hold on a second. Let me get it right. Hold on. The ones of you that want to rock this, the Magen David is a generally recognized symbol of Judaism and Jewish identity, and is also known colloquially as the Jewish star or Star David. Its usage as a sign of Jewish identity began in the Middle Ages, though its religious usage began earlier, with the current earliest archaeological evidence being a stone bearing the shield from the ark of a 3rd to 4th century synagogue in Galilee. So this is not something that God said to do, to use. He said the Israelites want to be like everybody. They want to do everything that everybody does. He was always the king of the Israelites, but they wanted a physical king. God is the source. He's the one to rely on, not an amulet, not a human being, not nobody else. Directly to God in the name of his holy son. Nobody else. If you're really following that book, there's nothing in there that said to rock anything. No symbol, no amulet, no nothing. Even down to wearing a cross. You might as well be wearing a damn golden noose. No symbol, no amulet, nothing. Why? Where does that 6-pointed star come from? It comes from here, from Molech. It comes from Molech. You zoom in and you look at the center of Molech's chest, the horned god that was used as sacrifices to children. Children being sacrificed to this god, excuse me. You see the 6-pointed star on his chest. And the Israelites adopted that. The Jews adopted it. The definition of Molech. Malak, Molech, or Molech is a word which appears in the Hebrew Bible several times, primarily in the book of Leviticus. The Bible strongly condemns practices that are associated with Molech, which are heavily implied to be child sacrifice. Nowhere did God say to rock that. Nowhere. Nowhere. I got one more, and then we gonna go into those points. I got one more picture with that. Hold on. Nope, not that one. My fault. Excuse me a second. Sorry. Y'all can talk until I get it, you know. If anybody want to talk. Here you go. Ah, no, sorry. Sorry, my bad. Mike, you got anything to say?
Yeah. So in terms of so basically, like when you think about the 10 Commandments, right? One of the major points was that there should be no idol worship. There should be no graven images. That you shouldn't make an image of anything that is in the earth or in the heavens or underneath the earth. So there's absolutely no excuse, right, for rocking a Hamza hand, rocking the so-called shield of David. There's no excuse to have a projected image in a so-called Passover celebration hologram of Tazadaqyah. That's against the Bible. It's against the word of God. Okay. And if you supposed to be following God and you're supposed to be, scholars in that saying, wait a minute, this is against God. Where is it at? Like at the end of the day, this is about you either following what's written or you not. So I know, because I know y'all gonna be like, nah, they're gonna come up with whatever excuse and reason of why you can do these things, but really take the time to see like whether or not you are going against the scriptures. And that's what this is about. This is about Jesus Christ. This is about the word of God. This is about what God said, right? And you gotta measure your actions according to what's written, not something that somebody taught you at some time. Because the whole culture in there is like, as long as Taz could do it, if he do it, then it's all good, right? That was the mysticism and the brainwashing that we went through. No matter what he say, what he do, as long as he's doing it, it's all good. Right. And that's how you will have somebody like Mike that'll put on a Hamza hand because Taz made it the standard. But is that against what Christ said in the Bible?
Absolutely.
Y'all gotta ask yourselves these questions, man. Because that's what this is really about.
Yep.
Are you truly following God?
Absolutely.
No, they not. That's why they up there screaming out holy, holy, holy to a hologram.
Yep.
The freaking ghost of Tazi's past, and they sitting up there acting like some sort of spiritual thing is happening. I mean, not even being there, I was a part of it. I know exactly what they were doing. I bet you people was up there crying. Like, man, yeah.
Aaron, they wasn't saying holy, holy, holy. They don't say that no more. Now they say praise the hologram.
Praise the hologram.
Praise the hologram.
Yeah, man. Like, yo, like, what are you talking about, man? That's the type of stuff they do in scary movies, bro. You got ghosts and apparitions popping up on stage, and y'all acting like this dude gonna come back from the dead. Then the question I would have is, since he was the holy God sent comforter, he's the prophet, and this, that, and the other. So why he didn't tell y'all about the ghost of Tazi's past coming back like that? When did he tell you that he was gonna die, come back from the dead, and then on what was it, April 17th, come and split split the Atlantic Ocean for y'all to walk across? And that was a final straw for me. But y'all niggas was eating that up. Y'all was eating that up like that was gonna happen, waiting around, like fools. That's the definition of a false prophecy. And then if he was the prophet, then why he ain't tell you that he was gonna be on stage, as a like Ghostbusters? I'm telling you, if I was there, I'd have threw out one of them damn ghost traps. I'm serious. I'd have threw out one of them ghost traps.
You crazy.
To try see if I can get Egon the whatever that.
Yeah.
Oh man, the Stay Puft chocolate man up there. Man.
Let me finish this last point. The hexagram, the 6-pointed star that y'all wear, like the pentagram, was and is used in practices of the occult and ceremonial magic, and is attributed to the 7 old planets outlined in astrology. The 6-pointed star is commonly used both as a talisman, which is an amulet, which is an idol, and for conjuring spirits and spiritual forces in diverse forms of occult magic. And that's that with that. All right. Here we go. So we have Weezy. Where you at? You there? Weez, you still there? Because this one is where it's gonna start. Yo, yo, you stupid, man. All right. This is permanently closed. Pay attention to the address. It's permanently closed.
Yeah, so Mike was doing all them videos about Black Icon and this, that, and the other. Y'all putting it in your songs and everything. Man, y'all just liars, man. That's all it is. Y'all a bunch of liars and thieves, man.
Let me see if I could upload it from my other side. Hold on a second, because it's not taking it there. Let me see if I could get this up. Because it allowed me to on one, but this laptop is not letting me for some reason. Give me 1 second, please. Excuse me. Got to check something out if I can do something over here. And it looks like I can. I hope so.
That's all right. Just going back on how I know all of y'all that was in that little room for your first Passover, because wasn't no Passovers going down. I mean, how you got a church that can get shut down by the government for 4 years, bro? That don't make no sense. So, like, where was the prophecy about that? Because, like he said, what did he say, Ivan? That all everything was downloaded to him.
Yeah.
And then he knew everything that was gonna happen. Did he know y'all wasn't gonna have no Passover for 4 years straight? And then when y'all did, he was gonna come back as the damn Lord of the Rings, the ghost from the Lord of the Rings. Like, what do y'all don't see how stupid that is? You actually projected a hologram up there like Star Wars. He was a Force ghost.
Niggas is projecting R2D2, man.
Like what? Who came up with that, man? Who was the idiot who came up with this? That said, this right here, this is fire.
I'll give that to either Basil or Anuala.
I'm Noala. Nah,
I'm sorry,
I don't know, man. He couldn't think himself out of a damn a bag of damn fries. I don't believe that.
No, you're right. I retract that. I'll possibly John Doe and possibly Karadas of the Barber or Yasha.
Karadas of the Barber.
Yeah.
He don't tie his shoes unless Tazi say it, and Tazi's gone.
Nah, but these niggas is. But listen, these niggas is making moves on their own now. That's why it don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? They making moves on their own. First of all, they should have not even answered and been doing videos.
There's no brain trust there, man. Karadas of the Barber. I mean, come on, man.
So you see, check it out. You see, Black Icon is permanently closed, right? Y'all see the address on the screen. Weez, I was looking for you because it's not letting me bring up the videos. So
what you mean? Why not?
It's not. It's only letting me bring up certain files with this.
Is it JPEG? I mean, is it an MP4?
Yeah, but it's not. It won't let it come up. It only
you got
takes,
another player?
This joint only takes PDF. No, it's through the streaming service that I'm using. It only takes PDF.
What you mean?
But
You can't do a video?
Here's the thing. Anybody that's watching, again, you see the email on the screen. You see the email is on the screen. All right. GODTIMEforever@gmail.com. godtimeforever@gmail.com. Weezy took a drive by 20 Zabriskie Street and filmed it closed. And he also filmed, I guess what remaining assets is there of vehicles, of all the vehicles, and vehicles that will amount into the hundreds of thousands that the congregation is probably still paying off.
Louis, play it through your phone when you play it through your phone and on the camera.
Oh, bro, I'm raising you up to the chief auspicious one of technology in the YouTube community.
There, yo, the water, sir. The water.
No, I don't want no water. I don't want no water. That's a good one. I got it on camera. Yes, I got it. You're right. I got it. Just give me a second. Okay. All right.
These cats still got the vehicles sitting there. That's crazy.
Here, all lies, not really black eye, but all lies. These brothers can make videos too and show up, and it's closed, always gonna be closed, never gonna open. They go to 2 chairs where security used to post up and people used to be there to guard a building that no one did nothing. The car's still here. The cars are still here. Yeah. It goes to the thing that was bragged about. Everybody got a reserved spot here. Reserved spot. It comes with you renting a place. That's all that is. Let me flip around for a little bit.
The operating system and the application must be designed to take advantage of the feature.
See, it's what you failed to mention in your video. Everybody got spots. Like, why are you bragging about something like that? And the cars is still sitting back there. Or the cars is still sitting back there. And she bought nothing. She came to naught. Just like the coat.
Yeah. So
Look at that.
Not only that, but you got another one.
Say they ain't still a spreader.
Yeah, right. Got another one. Here we go. Hold on. I gotta start it over.
Doing my runs,
They're holding the cars there for when Taji come back.
What's that, right? Closed. It's not popping anymore.
That video was taken on a Friday at 11 a.m. Now, you on mute, Weez. You on mute.
Oh, now I was gonna say, let's be more precise. I know you for being precise. This last Friday, just the other day.
Yeah. I'm gonna definitely. Just this few days back, the end of last week, Friday, 11 a.m. when that place would already have a security man downstairs. The door would have been open in and out, people coming in and out. Particularly, Michael Posh with whatever business he be doing. And Arya Shah going in there to bring the flowers. Put the flowers in the temple. Right? That's what it will be for. And it will be busy already. It'd be open. The gates wouldn't be down. The gates would not be down.
Now, I don't have any evidence of this, but I suspect they were not able to pay the rent because Office of 100, Mayak Allah stole the money.
Hey, there's a good possibility. It's a good possibility, but definitely it would have been open already. So look, what's going on is you got this is permanently closed. Weezy went there and showed the proof. We just played it, the video. And if it wasn't clear enough, again, email me. I'll send you a copy. It's nothing. We see that's closed. But wait a minute. Michael Johnson is the president of Global Excalibur Music Group in Hackensack, New Jersey. The same address, same exact thing. It doesn't say 20 Zabriskie Street here, but it tells you the city and the state, and it don't take rocket science to know that that's the same location.
Yeah, they just pay for
They had a video out like Weezy was talking about, and they was bragging about having Black Icon reserved parking when that's a plaza. There's different people that have locations in that plaza for different things, from doctors to lawyers or whatever. So Michael Johnson is the president of Excalibur Music. It's a scam. It's a farce. It's fraud. It's not real.
So he's a president and an officer of 100?
These little kids, these young dudes that trust you, wheeling them in to think, because you give them a little, you get them a spot on Sway in the Morning to review their demo. I'm disappointed in Just. He actually subjected himself to that. He's supposed to be above that, and he was a part of that. And you deceiving these kids with that. Then do a couple of videos to match what I'm already doing.
Yo, Louis.
Watching, you watching, you've been watching, seeing the videos, me still doing what I'm doing, not paying attention to y'all.
Louis.
Yeah.
And let's not forget to mention that all that Excalibur stuff, they don't even own none of that. It's not copyrighted. Like, I'm gonna tell you something. I was on a vendetta to cop every single possible name website that you guys could have possibly copped and used, because that's our stuff. And Louis was like, nah, yo, just let them niggas rock with them. Louis said that. Y'all have been done. You wouldn't have had GX4, none of that. Y'all have been done.
But the scam is still continuing. The scam is still continuing. So let's get to these points. We at 11 o'clock. Let's get to the points. There's more things to put up on the screen, people, throughout the course of the live. There's more things, but let's get into it. Weezy, you ready? Gap Tooth Truth, you ready? Mike, you ready? Y'all ready? Damn, nobody responded.
I'm ready.
Let's go, man.
All right.
Drop it.
I'm ready.
Weezy, the Jam On It girls.
Yeah.
Let's start with that. The Jam On It girls. Talk about it.
I mean, I know one. See, the other one I don't know too much, and I know one of them he was messing with. If I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna keep it a buck. If that's the same girl, he used to call her Rice and Milk, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. He used to brag about how he had a captive. He would just lock her up in one of his apartments that he had. So if that's the same girl, which I think it is, but I could be wrong. I don't know, because the man used to be all through the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, being a predator. So I could be wrong about that, but I know there was this one chick, which it could be her, that he used to always have locked up.
Well, one of that same one that you're talking about is the one that played John Doe's wife in the Jam On It video. Not his wife, his interest, his person of interest, in the club. I didn't mean to say wife. I meant to say his person of interest. That's another video where somebody played his wife. And I had her friend, and she ain't speak no English. She only spoke Spanish. And Jermaine told us, you better not, don't kiss him. You understand? Concert. You better not kiss him. They're going to kiss you on the cheek. That's it. and he got that bogus shot. The Fisher Price video that was done for Jam On It. Embarrassing. I'm embarrassed of that whole career, and I'm gonna share that in a minute. I will clown myself. I will clown myself. What you try to clown me with is not effective, man. I will clown myself. Y'all know that. So, anyway, 2008. Because y'all remember this, right? Let me just get it. Let me just get one. If you was there 2008, Archangel Awards at the Hard Rock Cafe. If you was there for that, then you remember, and that was in Florida, in Orlando, by the way. If you was there for that, oh, I put up the wrong joint, but that's still a part of it. Hold on, I'm sorry. If you was there for that, for the Archangel of 2008, then you remember this. I gotta put it up because it's gonna make you laugh. Then you remember this. We getting Israelite money. We getting Israelite money. Kwasha kwala yasha Allah. Kwasha kwala yasha Allah. We getting Israelite money, and we threw the fake money in the crowd. That joint right there. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Definitely.
So
That was the year that they had a one sister singing. What was that? Jasmine Sullivan song.
right, I broke the
Yeah,
windows out your church.
yeah.
I broke the windows out your church. I gotta keep it 1,000. I don't recall if I wrote that joint or if Basil did, because we both ghost wrote for, you know, brothers and sisters that performed that year, and you know, we both did that. And listen, the dude is a magnificent MC, man.
It's no question, no
dope.
question about that.
He's dope. You think he would say that about me? Nah, he wouldn't, but we're gonna get to that. I keep it official, man. He's dope. He gets busy, man. He's nasty.
No, there's no question about that. And that's one of the differences where you can be objective about what, about whatever it is. If it's the truth, I mean, you have a talent. It's like saying, I don't know, LeBron James is tall.
Right.
I mean, whether you like LeBron James or not, okay, he is tall. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing wrong with saying that. But they would be like, yeah, he's short, he a midget, he's smaller than the eyes of God.
Yeah, they can't keep it real the least bit. They're not in the real. 2008, yeah. Because you talk now, we going into St. P, because St. P was like, I benefited from Black Icon. What did I benefit from Black Icon? Whatever. If I benefited anything, then that's your benefit. What was benefited? Tell me, were we given a contract? Huh? Were we given an advance? Were we done anything? Was anything done to us in that capacity? No. But what we did do, because we ain't had nothing and we damn gave everything to that place, and we was in the spell of thinking this guy was who he was saying he was, what we did get was the chance to drive his cars. Oh, that's so special. We got to drive the Benz, the coupe. Me and Mike, we drove in that joint together the first trip down there. And St. P and St. Valentine, who was in there at the time, in Jermaine's white truck. He was on the bus, driven nonstop by your brother, popping all kind of no-dos and 5 packs of damn 5-hour energy shots and all that stuff to stay awake, driving 18 hours straight, no rest, no pullover.
Ruining himself.
I'm being real. We did stop for like three or four stops, 3 or 4, maybe 3. We stopped in Virginia, we stopped in South Carolina, and then we stopped in the top of Florida, and then we drove out the rest of the way down into Orlando, and it was done within 18 hours. That's crazy to push something. You even the state regulations on that, bro. You be in all kind of trouble. You got to stop after 10 hours and sign a blog and all that. Even when you driving, when you on a bus on a Greyhound or something, they can't drive past 10 hours. They have a driver to switch with them to take over.
That's right.
And Yashar was in there killing himself, coming out like this, wired to the max.
This dude got so many health problems from stretching himself for this dude. Stretch like just, I mean, destroyed his credit, his fine. Man, listen, I'm telling you.
We drove down there in his cars. He paid for everything. We to us, we like, yo, we with the boss. We with the boss, and we eating, and yeah, okay, yeah, you gotta feed us. Stopping to eat. We in a villa. He ain't in the villa that we in. He in a separate hotel because he had the girl with him from the Jam On It video that was playing Basil's love interest. And St. P know that because we was clowning him like, yo, the boss got your girl. We was clowning him. But this is the same guy that told us we better not kiss them. They could only kiss us on the cheek.
Yeah, he telling us in council you can't reconcile with your wife, but he can you know, he can move around with any chick he want. Like, this don't make no sense, man.
Yeah. So he did that. And you want to call that benefit? We shot some fake Fisher Price videos in the which Basil was paired with a woman that was married to play his wife. I don't know why he just couldn't have his own wife to be in the video as his wife. I don't know why I couldn't have my own wife in the video to play my wife. Or St. Pete. So we was all paired with a girl that Jermaine picked that he thought would be our match. And he played that video at 2008 Archangel Awards that we had went down there to film along with a couple others. I had a Spanish sister play my wife. Basil, and she's married, by the way. That sister was married at that time. Basil had one to play his wife, and she was married at that time. I don't know if she still is. And St. P, he had the late sister that y'all would call an elect lady. Abaraka, who passed away. May the Lord have mercy on her soul. She was 17, I think, at the time. If I'm not mistaken, 16, 17.
Oh, okay. Now I know you saw. Okay.
Very pretty, like light brown Haitian sister, long hair, beautiful, really nice. Oh, pretty smile, really nice, man. But St. P wanted her and asked for a courtship and got denied. Said he was too old.
If that ain't the pot calling the kettle fat.
Yeah, fat. You over there lying, talking about you seeing stuff, trying to fit in. You as a so-called Byzantine king, bro, you never been in my crib, hanging around in my crib. Think you came one time when we was doing the Jam On It video and you changed in my house. That was it. You ain't never been around me and my family, son. I never even been in your crib around your family. You lying. You ain't seen nothing, dog. You a liar. And I thought you was the real one. You's a fraud, man. Lying. You know, probably right after that live, somewhere down the line in the night, you and Mike had an argument because y'all was always arguing. And you be calling Mike out on stuff all the time. Calling him out on stuff that he do. All the time. But you going to be on there being a fraud. Lying. We ain't benefiting nothing. Nothing. Just empty promises. Lies. Deceit. Look at this. Let me get into it. Y'all ready? Y'all can clown the hell out of me because I'm a clown myself. Let's get into it. St. P, right? Oh man. I'm just gonna go right into it. Weezy, y'all ready? Mike, you ready? Y'all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you look closely at this picture, there's a clown on my face because I'm the biggest clown in this picture. I'm gonna tell you why I'm the biggest clown. I am the biggest clown because I've always been against that shiny suit, fly, mad jewelry, money, talk rap. I always been against that. Always. I've been like that since the 90s when I started as an MC. When I did my first demo in 1992. I never was about this. I was broken with so much music that was being submitted to this man that said he was who he said he was. CEO of Black Icon Entertainment, $30 million, and this is for the nation. You guys are the ones that's gonna represent the nation out there with the music and this and that and third. I caved in and started rapping about stuff that I hated. About cars, about lavish living and stuff like that. Never rap like that. So I'm the biggest clown in that picture. But look at this. Everything that everybody's wearing, the jewelry, is all fake. It's all fake. It's not diamonds, nothing. It's not platinum. It ain't even gold. May not even be silver. It's all fake. Look at St. P. That's what we benefited from, being fake. You see that duffel bag of money? You see that duffel bag of money? let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something.
Tight. It was tight.
Nah. That's not it. Nah. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I gotta give it real because you know. This was for the Israelite money video. We was doing this for Israelite money. That was at your man Arya Shah's house, Prop Master Flex. That's his Gucci bag that we stuffed. We stuffed up. Hold on, let me get to some of these. Let me get into these comments. We deserve it. A Sharp said we was frauds like their daddy. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's definitely fraud and big clown. I was a big clown. I was a very big clown. Absolutely. My man Vinny in the house. What's up, Vinny? The Rock of War, formerly known as the Rock of War. What's up, baby? Big clown in that picture. Right? But let me show you a bigger clown. Look at me. A clown. I'm pointing at the bag of money. Right? With fake jewelry. That's fake chains on me. I was struggling. That bag is a real Gucci bag. It's not mine. It was Arya Shah's. You think it's stuffed with money? That thing is stuffed with towels and laundry. That's about that's about $300 that was collected from everybody there to put on top to spread out, like to give the impression that we get into the bag. Deception. Lying. Deceitful. Lying. So I put that clown on me because I'm the biggest clown because I ain't never do nothing like that. I'm the biggest clown. I ain't never do nothing like that.
Yeah, I was living in
Basil, check it out, Aaron. Look at Basil's left hand and look at his right hand. His finger is on the bag and his left hand has a phone case with Gucci print on it, and that's why he's holding it to match the bag.
Yo, I gotta say something real quick.
Yeah.
And this is a quotable. I'm sorry. I never thought I'd be quoting Jay-Z, but he said, "How you taking real money to buy jewelry?" That's exactly what Jermaine had his artist doing. Now, if you know anybody who's a real boss, in that music industry, and you really, taking care of your artists, you ain't gonna have them buy fake stuff. It's just a taint on the name. It's just not a good look. You know what I'm saying? So while he buying, dropping stacks, I used to be with him when he used to drop. I'm talking about 20K better on bracelets, changes right on the spot. 20, go back in 2 days, give another 30. I seen all of this. That was our money, just so you know. So while he buying the real jewelry, he got his artists taking their real money, buying fake jewelry.
And he gave us, I'm gonna keep it real, he gave us if I could say like a per diem, something for one time, for one day on the Jam On It video. He gave all of us 500 a piece. He gave it to me. He said, take it to them and you give everybody 5 a piece and y'all go get fresh for the video. And then he was like, yo, it's gonna be dope tomorrow. It's gonna be dope. I got the Phantom. I got the Bentley. He's like, which one you want? I got the Jaguar. I was like, let me get the Jaguar. He was like, you sure? He was like, nah, man, get that Jaguar to Michael, one of them, man. He said, you take the Bentley, man. Take the Bentley. I got the Phantom. You take the Bentley, man. Give the Jaguar to Mike. And I was like, all right. And I took the money to the booths. I gave it to them. They was like, oh, man, yo, praise your Howard, the boss. I was too.
With $500?
I was too. Not to do nothing for my family.
Nah, but for the video. You get like a couple pair of Jordans with that. I don't know, but yeah.
We were basically given a prostitute stipend. That's all that was.
Damn, he left it on the nightstand for y'all.
Yeah. So I'm the biggest clown in that, bro. Because hey, I would have never did. Yo, my partner, my brother that passed away, that was my partner in everything, man. Before I came into that cult, who I turned my back on, and so many others that genuinely loved me. They ain't care if what I was believing, and I was the one that changed because of the mindset that the cult puts on you, that they in the world, that they heathens, they this, they that. If he was alive, he would have laughed me to damn scorn. Any of my dudes from my block would see that, be like, yo, you fronting. Nigga like, yo, what? What you doing? I deserve to be embarrassed with that, bro. So I'm the biggest clown. I put that on me, man. So Archangel Awards, we got that, P. To go drive and do videos. We did it 2 years back to back, 2009. The next year, we did it again. We was anticipating it because he said, yo, we going to do the same thing next year. Then we went down there. That's when the brother sang the All Around the World, and that was 2009. That's all that was the benefit, Pete. There wasn't nothing that was really what you talking about. Then the Kings got paid one time for a performance at the 2012 so-called Summer Jam. He gave us $5,000 to split 5 ways. 5 ways. And Monagun, my ex-partner in production, Salt of the Earth, which is a super talented brother. Oh my goodness, man. This guy can replicate anything. You hear me? Gap Tooth Truth, former cult member, Wheezy. He can make anything that he hear. Bro, he is so damn gifted and talented, man.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Another cat that wasted his talent in there, bro, as a producer.
Could harmonize everything. And we had such a good production team because my essence, of course, is that hardcore, that boom bap. And then he would just add the extra instrumentation to it to make it pop. And it was so dope. It was so dope, man. But you know, he wasn't a part of the Kings yet officially. He was just engineering and stuff. We didn't personally have him in, but I'm like, he's one of us. He's doing all this. He was basically engineering all our stuff. I suggested that we all listen. We basically was breaking even 1,000 apiece. No, it was six of us. I'm sorry, it was 6 of us, and then he would have made the 7th. So we breaking off. We basically got a like 900 or something a piece, and I'm like, yo, we gotta at least give Mount a gun $1 each, man. We still gonna be good. P knows this. Mike was the first one to say, "Fuck Mount a gun."
I mean, it was only like 800.
He said it laughing, but he meant that.
Yeah, because it was only like 800 a piece.
Yeah.
If it's
We still was gonna be good. And St. Justin, no, you can't. Oh, you wildin', Mayak. You can't do the ball like that. And Maga was like, yo, I'm down. Maga was first. When I suggested it, Maga was first. He was like, I'm down. And then we gave $1 each, and we gave it to him.
So that left y'all with like 700 a piece.
Yeah. Yeah. They know that's the truth.
I'm sorry, I like numbers.
So, listen, man. The Jam on It girl, he told us not to do nothing, but he had her and was basically smutting her out. Straight like that. She came on the joint with a sweatsuit with a hoodie on, covering herself. Because we know we know what she's doing on the road with him. And she got to come and sit with us when we stop to eat. We all eating together. So the shame, she don't even want to look up.
But y'all can't say nothing. Y'all gotta act like y'all like, yeah, that's type of stuff, man. Yeah, I was blind too. This is the type of stuff that people would point out, and then we shut them down and stuff like that. But it was clear. It was, man. But yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We got good time, and it's 11:25. We ain't even into the 3-hour mark, and there's a lot left. Weezy, talk about it. Lakaba's wife on the bus in her panties on the tour bus. Talk about it.
Oh yeah. That, we had mentioned that. We had mentioned that one about the lives we did years ago. That he was bragging about that. Like, we talking about you, the holy man of God, right? And you talking to a young man that's supposed to follow in his footsteps of Christ. And what you bragging about is another man's wife being on your bus in panties. This is facts. This is super facts. And I'm like, and he would try to make it like as a joke, but it's not a joke. Like, first of all, for that to even happen, for that to transpire, something must have been going on prior to that, because that just don't happen like that.
Can you elaborate on a joke that he used to tell you and used to tell your old partner about what to do in regards to your own home with your wife? Can you elaborate on that joke? What was supposed to be a joke from the holy man of God?
Yeah. So this was a joke. Check this out. This was a joke that I heard first from Mike, my old partner Zion. Because he said it to me, and I'm like, yo, what the hell? Where you got that from? So Jermaine used to make this joke about, yo, blindfold your wife and let me come in there and she gonna think it's you, but it's really me. Like, what kind of joke is that? And I'm not gonna get into the explicit details, but the blindfold was in the act of something. You know what I'm saying? What couples do. So yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say it. He basically was joking about popping your wife.
Mm-hmm.
He basically was making a joke about coming in while your wife is blindfolded and him going inside your wife, making her think it's you.
Mm-hmm. So Mike
probably has been okay with that.
He first started that with Zion with Mike, Mike told me, but then Jermaine himself said that to me too. So I heard it from both parties.
So you know, again, the adultery by this man, the false prophet, the antichrist, the adultery that's been committed openly. Like we seen it. We mentioned it. We talked about it with the young man and his girl, which is the sister of a so-called apostle that's in there.
And
Everybody, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that these were devoted members that loved him and followed him and would have given their lives for him.
Talk about it.
And this is the type of behavior he's doing behind the scenes with your wife. Or this is just horrible, man. This is not anything light. It's horrible. Like these are people who every Sabbath is looking forward to seeing him teach. Any policies he's putting down in the church, they 100,000% for it. I'm speaking about that brother specifically. I ain't gonna say his name. Got a lot of love for that brother. And that shit is crazy, man. You know, you trust this man with your everlasting, not just your life, but your everlasting life. You trust this man with. And then there's reports of things like this happening, you know, that, you know, I'm not sure if the brother knows about it or not, whatever the case may be, but this is horrible, man. It truly is, like, for real.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it was blatant adultery that was done in all our faces, man. 2005 Archangel Awards, this young lady and her husband were being celebrated for, you know, an example of couples within the so-called truth. And they was getting sung to by Boys the Men. Don't let real love pass you by. And they got an award for it. It was on video and keys to quote unquote successful marriage. And exactly 1 year later, 2006, at the 2006 Archangel Awards at the Copacabana, the year before was at the Marriott. 2006 was the Copacabana. He had the Phantom in front of the Copacabana with her as his prize. The beautiful, beautiful young lady she was.
Crazy. Hey, brothers, don't the scriptures tell you to abstain from all appearances of evil?
Absolutely.
Like, even if let's just say nothing was going down, it was all innocent. The look of it is horrible. Like, this is the person that was teaching us what we supposed to be doing, right? There should not have been any situation where there's a joke about you in an intimate moment with your wife and you got her blindfolded, you step out, he's stepping like that. Those things should have never come out of his mouth.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's the adultery, bro. And we seen it blatantly from 2005 to 2006 when, you know, he had her paraded as his prize. You know?
Yeah, that's actually sick when you think about it. For Mike to even repeat that, that's that white boy stuff. And you know, for y'all that still believe in that BS, your boy Mike is an Italian. He a whole Italian. You understand? Let me get on camera. Your man Mike is a whole Italian. Listen, he worked for me, okay? So I know his government name. Catone. That's an Italian name. I met his father, a whole Italian. And he's sitting up in there. Ain't y'all against that? Ain't that like some kind of sin or something like that, right? You got Esau up in the church, right? Sitting up in Allentown, wifing up all sorts of sisters and everything. And he a whole Italian. Michael Catone.
And just to give the understanding, because they don't know that in there. just to give the understanding, we know that the nations can be saved. They can. Anybody that confesses that Christ is the Lord can be saved. The promises were, yes, made to Israel, but because Israel rejected God, God allowed the nations to have an opportunity. And they always did have an opportunity. They just had to be righteous. But even more so now through the name of the Holy King. But according to your doctrine, he's Esau. That's what Aaron is making emphatically clear, that according to your doctrine, he's Esau. And Esau.
Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, Mike.
Well, ask Weezy. Weezy, that's Weezy's.
Weezy, that's your boy.
Brother-in-law.
Yeah, that's right. That's your boy, man. You was running around with Esau the whole time.
So
the joke is crazy, man.
We seen the adultery, right? We seen it blatant in our face. Please, Weezy, talk about the back page. Talk about back page. Weezy, where you at? Weez.
He probably stepped away for a second.
Let me text him real quick.
That right there is Mikey few times.
Yo, Weez, want to talk about, see, I know the story, but I wasn't there. This was told directly to Weez, so I can say it, but this was told directly to him. This is what he witnessed firsthand, and he had to do it. And the reason why we're going over some of these posts again, because of what we displayed earlier, the hypocrisy of those guys, of the AGU, of the AJU, the anti-Jermaine unit, because that's not the Antichrist unit, it's the anti-Jermaine unit. It was set up as the quote-unquote ACU. I was the head, the first head. I picked you guys, particularly Basil, P, and Dwight. I picked you particularly to be a part of that. And it was to defend Jermaine's name. It had nothing to do with Christ at all. It was to defend anybody speaking against the quote-unquote comforter. That's what it was for. So we did a barrage of videos before they was taken down. And now whatever videos that remain or that we're doing now, these guys are filing complaints to try to remove them. So on one of those joints, Weezy brought out how Jermaine had him go and order girls from Backpage. Anybody that remembers Backpage, you remember what Backpage was about?
Yeah, it's about prostitution.
Yeah, it was about prostitution, hoeing on the internet, and people, women, you know, putting their stuff out so you can order
dirty
them.
hoes too. Not just hoes, like low level hoes for
yeah.
like just to show the mentality. You rolling around with all of our money, all of y'all money, right? You buying, like you said, dropping $50,000 on jewelry, this, that, and the other. Y'all saw them coming through buying the dirty Gucci shoes, the ones that are already dirty. I know what they cost. I was in the Gucci store. Them joints is $1,500 for a size 12. You know, if anybody feels interested.
Yeah,
so I was in the Gucci store checking them out, and it's dumb as hell to buy them. They're just dirty shoes, right? $1,500 a pop at that time.
And this is what he's doing with the money that we give.
This is what he's doing with the money.
Yep.
He's taking that money, and that's low level price. That's the lowest level. The next thing you could do is to go down to Hunts Point.
Right. Well, this was in Florida, so I guess they call it OBT down there, I think. Orange Blossom.
Well, I don't know. Everybody, every city got a meat market.
Yeah.
So
this was down in that area, but he calls Weezy puts in the order for the girls on Backpage, talking about it was for a video. What video? What? A porn? Like, what was going to happen? So Weezy orders them. They come. He got to let Jermaine know whether or not they look good or not. And Weezy gave his answer. He said, nah, they don't look good. And Jermaine was like, all right, send them away. But just imagine had they looked good to Weezy standards, and he got pretty high standards as far as appearance and things of that nature. So if they looked good to his standards, Jermaine would have been like, send him upstairs. But
yeah, he got a type. He like the light skin, the really light skinned young ones.
Yeah. So
I had to watch my wife around him.
Hey, again, this was directly told to Weez. He did it. I don't know where he's at right now. I just text him, but this is a fact. There's no reason for the brother to lie with that. And he spoke it before, but we was going over the notes again tonight to reiterate. Just as he mentioned, him and Frank, Jermaine's right hand in that organization with all the secrets in regards to other people's behaviors and stuff that they do, and him coming and letting Jermaine know that was Jermaine's quote unquote, the spirit is telling me something. Yeah, it was Frank telling him, yo, I heard that such and such is doing such and such. It was him. So Weezy spoke this himself out his own mouth. And he said him and Frank was in Orlando in Disney World. And Jermaine told both of them, pointed out a little girl, like 9, 10 years old. Some parents let certain little girls wear biker shorts and stuff like that. And to them it's innocent, right? But not to Jermaine. Jermaine was telling them that, you see that right there? She's going to be bad when she gets older.
You just hating because he was prophesying. Oh my God. What kind of sick. Oh my God.
So from that point, Weezy said he was like, yo, there's something wrong, man. Another thing that was mentioned in Disney World, for those of you that don't know, is something called Club 33. 33 is a very specific number when dealing with the occult. 33 is a very important number to the occult. And this is one of the numbers that they use to communicate in regards to their agendas and their plans. They have a club called 33. The waiting list to get into that place is years long. You hear me? Years long. And it is for secret societal people. And they deal with a lot of sex trafficking. This goes on in Disney World in Club 33. Jermaine said he wanted to be a part of that club. I don't know where Weezy's at right now. I text him. Something must be going on. But
no, I'm here. I have to step away for a minute. What happened?
All right. So I mentioned, let's go back to it. Ordering the girls from Backpage. Talk about it.
Oh yeah. So this was supposedly during a promo run when we was in Miami.
So I'm sorry. I thought it was Orlando. It's Miami. I apologize. I said Orlando. So it was Miami, y'all. I apologize. Forgive me, please.
Yeah, we was down in Miami, and little promo run down there in Florida for the imaginary Black Icon Entertainment, which is really All Lies Entertainment. That was another run that tons of money was spent trying to show off for men and women in clubs. I'm talking about each spot. Thousands of dollars was dropped for bottles, and he was selling bottles to Yo, Louis, what's that Haitian crew that's big down there in Miami?
Zopound.
Yeah, Zopound. They was there. They was in that. It was Club Bed, and you know how I go in the club. They looking, they like, yo, who this nigga and this and that. So he sent some bottles to them and vice versa, whatever. But yeah, it was during that time. Supposedly, he wanted 2 females to be in a video, which the video never happened. But yo, how you giving me? And I'm speaking like if I'm still in there, so I despise what I'm about to say. How you giving me an order to go on Backpage 2, 3 in the morning to get models that was going to be in a video that never happened at 3 in the morning? Really, that's what you think about for a video now? You know what Backpage was about? Like, come on, stop.
Yeah, that's for the skanky ones too. It didn't even. That's not even like what do you call that? The madams. Yeah.
He told me he already knew this is. Listen, yo, I'm glad you said that, Aaron. He been doing this because he said, yo, this is like verbatim. He said, yo, you know not to call me if they look busted. You know to let me know right away. So I was stuck down there for a couple hours, trying to get rid of them because they already had came down there. That's another thing. They had came down to. I don't know if anyone here been in the Ritz-Carlton in Miami, but minimum room there is $5,000 a night minimum. So yeah, that's what was going on 3 in the morning. You talking about, yeah, I need 2 models for the video we're gonna shoot from Backpage. Like, come on, stop.
All right. So another thing that I mentioned in Florida is the 9 or 10-year-old girl in Disneyland. What did he do? Explain that one, please.
Yeah, that was crazy. And again, we had mentioned this in one of the lives we had there years ago, but definitely want to reiterate it again because this is important. And this is not for the 6 bozos. We know y'all not going. We know y'all gonna die in there hologram nut sucking. So we're not even talking to y'all when it comes to this.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. But they kind of too deep in there. Like, you already know they got extreme hatred for us. So if it's not us that's gonna break them out of there, it can only be Christ.
Right.
So, yeah, in Disney World, Frank was there. Frank can validate this. He probably won't because he's still in there. But how you in Disney World? You with your daughters, and we chilling, like we just enjoying the time. He gonna pull us aside and point. I remember this clearly. Point at a little girl, possibly just 9, not even probably 9. 8, 9, I say. Talking about, yo, she gonna be a dime when she get older. So I'm like, yo, you in Disney World looking at little girls? Yo, me and Frank looked at each other because Frank looked at me too, like just super weird. Like, what is going on with this dude? Well, yeah, that's another time.
All right, and the next thing was the Club 33.
Oh yeah, Club 33. I got this from good friend Kenny. Barack Obama. Kenny ain't gonna lie. Kenny don't make stuff. I know Kenny real good. He always used to be making them runs to Florida. He used to stay down there in Florida, in Orlando, and down there they got Club 33, and that's something that he would brag about to Kenny. That he wanted to be a part of Club 33. I don't know too much about what it is. I only know about it from what Louis told me. So maybe you want to elaborate on it.
Yeah, I spoke on it already in regards to what it was about and what they dealt with down there. But I'm looking for something I'm gonna bring up. Can you talk about the white woman in the video that he told the congregation was really a black woman from Russia? What happened with her?
No, that first of all, that was a lie. First of all, he met her in the club. That was that Club Bed. That's what I was talking about. That was one of the nights. It was her and this other girl from Ethiopia. They was together. I remember. And yeah, he had lied, say he ain't do nothing with her, but he did. Me, Barry, and Walter, who he abused physically. I don't know if y'all went into that.
Nah, not yet. It's on the list.
Yeah, we seen it. We seen it. That's when he had that. What color was the Lambo? Was it orange, Louis or Aaron? Y'all remember the Lambo?
I think it was
I
yellow.
thought it was, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I thought it was yellow.
Yeah, so it was the Lambo. He had got the Phantom down there. Nabia was driving that.
Hold on, Weezy.
He down there. He'll
Weezy,
validate this. He was down there. That's Dana.
Weezy, hold up. I see something here. See, y'all got it wrong. She has on a black dress. She ain't a black woman.
Oh yeah, look, I didn't even know she was in the picture. You see the one to the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one from the left is from Ethiopia. That's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, the other one, she does have on a black dress, so I can see how you can get that confused, and think that she's black.
So Weezy, what did you eyewitness him do with that white woman?
Oh yeah, he was making out with her like that was his wife, man. Like he was in love.
As you said before, he was tongue kissing her so passionately, like a husband does his wife, right?
Yeah, no, for sure, definitely. That was for sure. I've seen it with my own eyes. Again, Barry validated, Walter validated. If you ever get up out of here, but yeah.
Now here's the funny thing. Yourself, Walter, Barry, Jason, all the guys that would be around to see the stuff like that. I don't know if you was in the class this day, but I know definitely Walter was because he got called as a witness. Jason was. Big Barry was too. And he spoke about it. Jermaine said, yeah, when you saw me with that white woman, he said, that's a sister from Russia. She's actually black from Russia. And he said, did I do anything inappropriate with that woman? Ayashala, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No. I said Company was a total gentleman. No, not at all. Nothing. And the brothers that was there, ain't that right? Cunt, no lies, no. Lying. And he was tongue kissing her down. And we just heard from the eyewitness that saw it with his own two eyes. Saw it.
See, the problem, Louis, is that you're just jumping to conclusions. You see, when he was tongue kissing her, what he was doing was he was weaving a prophecy into her throat. And because you got a dirty mind, and so you just think just because somebody's kissing someone and you think it's something, untoward or sexual in nature. It could have been a holy kiss.
Hey, I don't know if y'all knew this. Weezy knows this. I don't know if you and Mike knew this, but King Jado said Chino was busy. That was his alter ego, Chino Black. That's what his alter ego was, Chino Black.
That's his screen name on Backpage?
I guess that was his screen name on everything. Chino Black.
Nino Brown was taken, so he chose Chino Black.
You're probably right. He was basically living the Diddy life up in the church. Like he was like, he had, crafted his own, I guess, long form music video, man, rap video. That's why he always had the, Barry and them walking around as his paparazzi.
Right.
And he had Faradazar Gabarba walking around as his security. Yeah, that was Wolf. You know what I mean? Like walking around with security, like somebody was gonna attack him. Or everybody was showing you love. You walking through the crowd like you ready, like they should be ready to swing on somebody when wasn't nobody coming with that kind of energy.
Just talk about
it don't make no kind of sense.
When he walked anywhere, clear. You gotta run for your life.
Yeah.
8 months pregnant, gotta run and waddle and all that stuff. Hey.
Yeah, he tried to, jam up my son because my son was looking at the garment he had on during Passover. My son was, what was he, 15 at the time? he gonna call me into I guess whatever room they had aside from him saying asking. First, he was asking me about you, Yashar, because I know you're gonna watch this. He was asking if you be speaking against him. How's that? And I'm not lying. And Zoob, you know I don't lie about nothing. So the first thing he was asking me was whether or not you be speaking against him. Now I don't know where he would get that idea at that time, but you sure enough was. But I lied for you, okay? I lied for you. No, man. I don't even talk to my brother like that. You was coming to my house like every week when you was, you know what I mean, every month, couple times a month when you was, heading up to New York. You should stay at my house. You damn sure was speaking against him because he was oppressing the hell out of you. Then the next thing he does is, your son got a problem with me? I'm like, which son? I got a lot of sons. I don't know. Like, so he's like, Aaron, my son that played ball. I'm like, nah. I asked him about when I asked my son. He was like, no, I was looking I never told my son, at that time what really was happening. But he was basically about to call my son in and then, go full Mickey Mouse on him because he looked at him. He was 15 at the time. He admired him so much that he went. My son never knew this. That he was damn scheming on violating my son like that. My son went and played for him or whatever for the basketball team. I couldn't even tell my son, hey, listen, don't go to the team. He don't really fuck with you like that. You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing. It was embarrassing. And Karatazar Barba and what's the brother from the Technite? I always forget his name. From Baltimore.
I forget his name. That became his name. Jermaine put that name on him, and that was it.
Yeah, so I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. They both know they was there. They both know. They both was there. They both know.
The basketball.
Yeah. Well, This was at the Passover. I forgot what year it was. It was right before the basketball thing kicked off.
Okay.
Right. It was right when the basketball thing kicked off, but it was right before he put together that team. You was gone by then, but he had put together a team of all the young brothers that could play ball. So basically have like a loaded squad because, I mean, we'll get into that, but they both was there. He was actually trying to violate my son, acting like my son was looking at him like he wanted beef. He's 15 years old. The hell you talking about? He ain't want no beef with you. When I asked my son about, hey, did anything happen? Like when I asked him in a way that he wouldn't know what had took place because he didn't call my son in the room. My son had to wait outside the room. So he let it go. But when I asked my son, hey, anything happened? He was like, nah, I saw him and he had this garment, his garment was blah, blah, blah. And he all lighting up, talking about it. I'm standing there like, man, this nigga was about to violate my son because he liked his garment.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. It's a shame. But this is the character of the false prophet, the Antichrist, the false teacher. You guys talk about the master teacher. There's only one master. Matthew 23 lets you know clearly there's only one master, man, and that's the Lord. Sure. The only master teacher is Jesus Christ. There's nobody else that's a master anything. Well, let me correct myself by the grace of God. Let me correct myself because the Lord said no man can serve two masters. So one is the master you're supposed to serve. The other is the master you're not. And that's who you serve. The master you're not. There's only one master. And you guys calling him the master teacher is nothing new. He got it from his teacher that he basically copied the whole format on what he did with the quote-unquote nation as he had it in his possession. Jermaine copied everything this guy did. Weezy?
He didn't only copy him, but he actually copied and almost every cult leader that was before him, and that's why we call him Coltron.
Right. That's a fact.
Coltron.
That's why his name is Coltron.
Oh man.
So let's talk about Weez. Talk about the young girl in Brooklyn with the C4.
Young girl in Brooklyn, yeah. I mean, this was like maybe 1 day, 1 day, 2 day thing. I remember the first time he had picked up, it was nothing, but it was me and Kenny. Had picked her up and literally drove like down the block on her same. I'm gonna tell you how trifling he was. Drove on her same block, and they're parked there. Next thing you know, me and Kenny, we there. He in the driver's seat. I'm in the passenger, and the car is moving. This was a
so that van was a rocking, and y'all didn't go to knocking.
Yeah. Yeah, so that happened, and rolled around the block, and next thing you know, he come out the back. What he called that car, Louis? The CS4, something like that.
Yeah, he called it the C4. Come for the
the C4.
Copying Air Force One.
He gave me a paper bag, had his plastics in there, and said, "Yo, here, go throw this away from me." There was a dumpster right there, like literally 2 houses down. But that's the type of dude that this dude was, man.
Ain't this the same dude that was saying you ain't supposed to have casual sex?
Absolutely.
Well, no, he was master casual. You talking about master teacher? No, master casual. When it comes to that.
This dude was Pepe Le Pew up in there, man. Hey, yo.
Well, there's sisters that that were seen and displayed openly in regards to adultery, but there's other sisters. That
I got, man. Listen, I suspect some things, but yeah, no, for sure. Because somebody behaving like that is never just one. It's never just two. You gain an insatiable appetite, and basically he was able to move unencumbered, unabated, on everything, man. And to do something like that while you got men, it's basically the bride. You got men in the vehicle, basically just a partition, and you gonna move like that. And then y'all can't even say nothing, because if y'all do, then y'all going to hell.
Let's get right to it. We all saw him marry a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah.
This was a marriage under the guise and front of being a ceremonial thing of a banaf matazawaf or a bat mitzvah, where a young lady is coming into womanhood and, the knowledge of her responsibility of hold on a second. Her responsibility now in being a young woman and recognizing what she has to do in favor of God. You notice in this picture that Jermaine is partaking in this ceremony. He's not doing anything. That's Ariyah in the red scarf there doing everything. It's him and Shaw. There's a prayer being said right now over the wine, right? There's a prayer being said right now over the wine. And he's helping her drink the wine.
Did they do their arms like this?
He's helping her with the wine. Look at the outfit. Helping her with the wine. And he has his joint on, all white, supposed to be holy, clean, pure. And she's golden out and giving her the wine to drink. So if that's not a wedding ceremony, why did they change their outfits to have a first dance? If you look at the dance floor, there is no one on the dance floor, but everybody around is watching. And again, this is not no secret picture that was taken, you know, somebody spying. If you read the top left, it says World Tour 2010, a celebration of freedom on the right. This is in a book that's within your organization that is being sold as merchandise.
Yep.
If you look
And
at the
he's
bottom,
standing there dressed like Idi Amin.
what you say? Hold on. Wait.
He's standing there dressed like Idi Amin, the last king of Scotland, bro. Listen, that from that movie, who was that? Forrest Whitaker that did that movie, The Last King of Scotland, when he cut the woman, you know, what's her name? Kerry Washington.
I ain't seen it.
Oh, you know, oh yeah, you check that out, man. You check that out, you're gonna see that's exactly how he was dressed. And then if you look at Beauty and the Beast, Beauty and the Beast, he wearing the same thing that the Beast was wearing in Beauty and the Beast. That's the exact same outfit. So this nigga was Disneyfying this whole situation in front of all of us. And we standing there, you know, I was on NIS, but we standing there like we don't have no, like, yo, man, this shit is crazy.
But we seeing it. If you look at the bottom picture that's circled with the yellow, if you're supposed to be a quote unquote father figure or something, you don't put your fingers interlocked with your daughter like that. That represents
You assuming he knows something about culture.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but still, you know, it's showing the mentality that's there already is something more intimate.
Oh yeah, that's definitely intimate. Hand on the shoulder. Yeah, man, this is straight up pedophilia on steroids, and a reenactment of Beauty and the Beast and whatever other type of fantasies that this little girl at the time and this grown ass man had. And just pulling it off right in front of us. And usually that's how Satan works too, man. They do things blatantly, so blatantly that it's like an overload to your senses to where you're like, nah, that ain't what I think it is. And sure enough, it is exactly what you think it is. You mean, come on, man. All right, so to the anti-Christ unit, Officer of 100, Micah Allah, the thief. Explain that right there.
Yeah,
explain that.
And I'm glad you said that. Because that's his in-law.
That's his wife's sister, right? Little sister. His wife's baby sister. Oh no, they had a younger one too, right?
No,
that's the baby one, right? Okay, my bad. I was mistaken his daughters because she looked just like them. My bad.
Well, here's the thing. She used to, you know, because that's family, come to the crib. It had to be known who was at his own house in order for her to come through, you know, to visit her sister, I'm assuming. But it had to be known who was in there. You know what I'm saying?
In case she sees something.
This is before that the quote unquote calling of a holy woman. This is from like 10, 11.
Wow. So yeah, he didn't want her to end up saying something by accident.
Eyes. You understand what I'm saying? So Mike talking about our situation. And again, as we stated, we was quiet from April 18th, 2020. 3 years and 5 months later, 1,249 days later, John Doe, Basil, Mike decided to start throwing darts at brothers and mentioning stuff. So you said that you want to throw up in your mouth. This didn't make you want to throw up in your mouth?
He can't say he ain't know. That's his in-law. That's his sister, basically. So he can't say he ain't know. And we ain't stupid. We men. We know what this is. We know what this is. There's no way in the world you don't know that. Your sister, I mean, your wife, her sister never mentioned nothing, didn't say nothing. Come on, bro. Nah, y'all, you want to talk about integrity and all this other stuff. Y'all trying to act like y'all righteous. Nah. And the men are sitting on the panel, I don't, especially the ones from down in Florida and stuff like that. Y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know. Y'all spectators. That when the further away, y'all be spectators. There's no way in the world you're gonna justify that. Officer of 100, Mayak, the thief. Explain how your wife's baby sister was laying up with this man all this time in plain sight, and you ain't had nothing to say.
But
explain that.
Security was on them as when his children's mother was there. Security was on them in that capacity. They was taking to and fro wherever they was going to. They had the full treatment. They was getting their nails done, their hair done, the flyers gear, purses, everything. That's not to daughters, because they actually served as babysitters also to his children.
Yep.
So we seen this. That don't make you throw up in your mouth, Mike?
Yeah, what's holy about that?
That don't make
Since they're the holy women.
And a stepdad at the time was there, and he stood up when Jermaine had called for the family to come out or something, and he told him, "Get out of here, man. You ain't her father." And we saw this with our own eyes again, not knowing the bigger picture behind it. But it was played off as a ceremony of the first Banaf Matazawat. She was brought in, carried like Cleopatra. He made a comment, I remember clear as day. He made a comment about her toes and was like, the pretty toes, the French manicure.
Yeah, he ain't do all that with nobody else.
Never. No other female has ever had a banaf done that way. I don't even remember if the second holy woman had that same thing. I don't remember that. But her?
I don't know.
And
the next biggest thing.
That never happened. Any sister that's had a banaf, they never experienced that. They didn't change outfits, have a one dance. They didn't drink wine like that.
Yeah, I did one for my daughter. There was no instruction that I got to do a dance with my daughter or nothing like that. Oh man, like I did for my two of my daughters and my sons in there, Banaf and Bun Matazawas. None of that was going on. In fact, I mean, they was trying to oppress you at your own event what you paid for. Like I'm there taking pictures at my event that I foot the bill for, and you had that simple. I forget his name. It don't even matter. You had a simple nigga walk up to me at the event I'm paying for. Like you know what I mean? You're about to stuff your face with the food I paid for. So you gotta delete the pictures you took at your own event. Now I gotta see you do it. And I'm like, you damn spy versus spy, skinny neck nigga. Like I swear for God, man. Just asinine things that don't make no sense. Like just anything that you can do to put people in a position where you trying to punk people all the time. And listen, so many brothers would take the bait because they get oppressed so much. They love oppressing other men. I ain't never seen nothing like that happen at no other. The next biggest thing I seen like that was when Prince's wedding, they brought in a horse and all this other stuff. That was only the next biggest thing like that I seen.
I heard that. But yeah, that was clear. That was a clear wedding in front of everybody. We all saw it. And we thought it was another form of ceremony. That's what was fed to us. That's what was fed to us. So there's a bunch of more points. The sister came last week. The sisters came 2 weeks ago, actually. And again, we know y'all watching. There was only 30 people in attendance in the live, and the views is almost at 700. And I don't have a lot of followers here on this YouTube. I only have 70 subscribers. I don't have a whole bunch of people following.
That's the icgjc watching.
There's almost 700 with the sisters, and the sister talked about Nakana. I don't want to shout her government, but A Sharp, she's A Sharp in here. She talked about how Jermaine elbowed her intentionally, like it was a violent act to her, like to elbow her. And he's displayed that before. He beat up Ayash Allah several times. The first time was in the Archangel Awards in 2008. Blamed him for everything that went wrong. When, listen, that dude Walter, that brother Walter, that elderly brother Walter, is very good at his craft, a professional, and he knows what he's doing. Jermaine didn't let him use his expertise, and he basically made him dumb himself down from what he knew better of. But like a person that really takes pride in their craft, he would still do some stuff his way that was against Jermaine, because he knows, nah, this is better. So he got in trouble for that, and he got assaulted. Weezy, can you talk about the other time with the smacking the food out his hand? Weez?
He had him sitting at the small table like the movie Four Brothers.
I think Weezy stepped away again.
Sit at the kids' table.
Hold on a second. Let me hit him up. I think he stepped away again. But Weezy saw this with his own eyes. Weezy saw this with his own eyes. He said he had to go get a drink for the quote-unquote holy women. And when he went to go get whatever he got for them, he got himself something too. He said Jermaine walked up to him and smacked it out his hand and said, "Who told you to get anything?" To an old man, to an elder, a person that he called his best friend in there. Well, Weezy, I don't know, he stepped off for a minute, but he made mention.
Yeah, that's called bullying and elder abuse. And people be misusing the word narcissist. They just try to use it for anybody they don't agree with. But that's what, when you look it up, that's the type of behavior.
Yeah.
That's the type of behavior.
His wife, former wife at the time, she gave testimonies herself. And she talked about how he beat her up, stomped her out with Timberlands. Beat her up. I seen one with my own eyes in the council where he bitch slapped Tazadaqyah, back slapped him.
Zappy, come on, man.
Because
you letting people backslap you?
Because Jermaine had it where Lincoln have to call somebody for him and give a formal introduction. I'm about to put you on the phone with the Holy God Saint Comforter. Then he merge it and be like, Bishop Aharon from Allentown? Yes, sir. I got you on the phone with the Holy God Saint Comforter, Holy Apostle and Chief High Priest Tazadaqyah. Then you got to say, Shalom, sir. Shalom, Holy Apostle and Chief High Priest Tazadaqyah, the God Saint Comforter. Shalom, sir. Hey, shalom. So he did that because Lincoln called all of us and said, hey, the boss want to have a conference on Black Icon. We got to have a conference call. So he tell me, help spread the word. No problem. Spreading the word. Yo, we got a conference call. We got a conference call. Tazadaqyah just called me. He told me we got a conference call. And we on the line and we joking, we snapping, and you know what I'm saying, shooting the shit and passing the time, you know. Like 3-4 hours pass. And everybody's still waiting. Jermaine called me downstairs and he goes, we supposed to have a conference today? And I said, Connie, he said, who told you that? I said, Tazadaqyah. He was like, really? He said, hey, Kazak, are they on the phone still? I said, yeah. He said, how long they been on the phone? I said, sir, since like 7. And at the time, it was like 10 something. He looked at him and he said, you got people waiting on the phone saying, we having a conference and they waiting on me. Shaw was sitting on the thing in the council room, and Shaw was like, oh shit. Shaw mumbled under his breath, like, oh shit. That's how he deal with people that he know would not swing back.
Yeah, that's abuse, man.
That's
abuse, and this is who y'all defending.
Yep. And that's not to make. I'm gonna say this. That, you know, in all fairness, that's not to make fun of them. They so lost in their mind, man, that they really think this dude was holy, that he came from God. Like, no, he did not. No, he did not. He made people get divorces. He made people get divorces. He allowed divorces. The scripture says, what God put together, let no man put asunder. They too shall become one flesh. A man will leave his house and cleave unto his wife, and they two shall become one. The king came back. If the church is really about the gospel, if it's about Jesus Christ, then you're going to follow what Christ said. But now I say unto you, ain't no divorce is supposed to be done. Said Moses did that because y'all was hard-headed. My father said from the beginning that was not so. And he got people in there getting divorces, giving excuses for them to divorce. That is not lawful. There's only 2 things you can get a divorce for: fornication and the physical act of adultery. And Christ went further and said, if you look at a woman, you already committed adultery in your heart. So you're guilty of that. Just like he said, if you hate your brother in your heart, you also a murderer. If you hate your brother in your heart, you a murderer. So it's never supposed to be done. And just for the record, because you don't look things up, fornication is not sex and things of that nature. That's not fornication. Fornication is with speech. Like, yo, ma, yo, you know what I'll do with that, ma? Yo. That's fornication. Or this is my work husband. That's fornication. It leads to adultery. And Christ said you got to stay away from that. But he in there giving all kind of divorces, forcing divorces. He was mad at my brother Gap Tooth Truth. I'm going to segue him in because he wanted to reconcile with his wife who had wronged him. You want to talk about it?
Yeah. We had a situation, you know, at the time, my wife was, she real hot tempered, and she she like pushing buttons. She didn't have any problem, you know, blowing up on you, and swinging on you. And it happened more than once, you know what I mean? But we went to counsel for it, and you know, this cat gonna say, you know, yeah, I'm gonna write y'all a bill of divorce, which like, we got, you know, we had 2 kids at the time, like, Like what are you talking about? Like that's not what we was there for. Fast forward to we decided that we had reconciled. We wanted to reconcile. Like, nah, this isn't what we wanted. Blah blah blah. So if I remember correctly, I want to say it was the Italian Michael Catone in Allentown that found out of it wasn't even anything to hide, but found out that we had reconciled and we had to go to council over it. So we get to council and this dude Jermaine is in the council gonna ask me, straight up ask me, who told you that you can get back with your wife? And who told you that you could go against an order of the council? And I'm like, well, he said, what scripture were you looking at that told you you can go against the council, blah blah blah? And I'm like, well, the scripture says that all things can be forgiven except for blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's what I was thinking about. This dude went like 100% total nuclear and turned into damn Mickey Mouse with that high pitch, screaming that he would do about who do I think I am to go and quote a scripture like I know the Bible, blah blah, all this other stuff. Then he calls my other wives into the council and says, yeah, they can't be together, and if y'all get wind that they together, then y'all can get a divorce and he'd be put out, blah blah, like straight up.
Crazy.
Brought them in there to say that. Now we got a whole family together and we not beefing. And this is what this fool thought made sense. We are still dealing with the ramifications, the way my children were raised and all this other stuff behind that. To this day, you know what I mean? That things like that, when you do things like that, they have resounding effects that go years. And when you look at that, I'm not the only person that happened to. There was another brother, a similar thing happened to a brother in Allentown. He actually met a sister at his job, right? And before he brought her in there, he had, they had whatever, I don't know how far they went, but as far as I know, they had dealt with each other, but the brother brought the sister into the church. So then this dude found out that the brother, this is Tazadaqyah's brother, I forgot what his name was, but his name was Boris. Anyway, the sister that he had brought into the church in Allentown, when they found out that he had dealt with her, he got brought to council and got put out. That sister was then allowed to marry Mahar Lamont. Now the thing was crazy. This was a dude who you got to be around all the time because Allentown's a very small church. You know what I mean? Like these are brothers that you hold their feet while they doing sit-ups and stuff like that. And this dude now is, dealing with the woman that you already dealt with. And Mahar Lamont, simple as, he ain't had no problem with that. He thought it made sense. I'm like, even if something like that was allowed, that's not something that you should be seeking out. You know this brother. You knew this brother before you knew the sister. What are you doing? But that's the type of atmosphere that they pushed. And there were other men that I saw in there, because when you're on NIS, you be seeing it. Brothers that was married to a sister, he divorced them and then let them marry another brother that they like. It's only it's only a few hundred brothers that was in there at the time. Like any man that your wife is gonna get married to, 9 times out of 10, you gonna know him. Like you gonna know him intimately. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all talk in sports, whatever scriptures. You know what I mean? Like it was just insane that this sort of thing was happening over disputes, marital disputes. So
Yeah,
nah,
them things being allowed shows you what he was. Like, this was held back from people even looking at. Like, this is stuff that people saw with their own eyes. Wicked scam cult leader faces prison for bilking millions from church. And it is a cult. It is a cult. You just look at every behavior that we're mentioning, it's a cult. He's the only person that has a say. No one is above him. His word is law. He demonizes other books and information. So he has a control over the information. That's a cult.
Right.
He has control over relationships where he can tell a man to leave his wife or the wife to leave her man when Christ, the King, said that cannot be done. That is not supposed to be done. He's taking all the money and splurging with a scam that he is a successful businessman, yet in the transcript, he said he just couldn't get that business to work. If you want that transcript, the court transcript, email godtimeforever@gmail.com. I also have the indictment, which is all free record that's online. You can find it. Also have the sentencing. A scam. Everything is a scam. Everything. Then we get into idol worship because we're not even quoting the Bible. We're not quoting the word of God, which is the truth, not a building, not an organization. The Bible's the word of God, which is the truth. We're not quoting that. We're saying what he said and orders of the church. That's a cult.
It's crazy.
That's a cult. Preying on little girls, on young ladies. 2014 Passover. I was in my suspension. I was going through my situation and fighting my case, going back and forth to court and all that. And I was in suspension. I became back a so-called apostle in the fake Day of Atonement of 2014. But that Passover, early 2014, I was there with my wife and some of my children. And one in particular that he wanted to be a part of some fake new little girls choir. It was little girls like from 9 years old on up. Or 8 years old on up. And one of my daughters was picked. And all those little girls is beautiful little girls. But he was looking at them as who's going to be the next. Weezy's not on. Weezy spoke about what he talked about with the so-called holy house, what that was for. He talked about sexual initiation. And he said it jokingly. He said, this is where I deal with the virgins about the so-called holy house. I thank God to be free and to have escaped with my family. I praise the Almighty God. I praise him. So,
well, peep this.
huh?
So he put in place that whole dance thing. You didn't get a chance to see this up close. That whole dance competition thing that he put up with the girls.
Nah, I didn't see
Man, yeah. My wife you know, and I used to dismiss what she was saying, and I have to, you know, I mean, I don't know. She probably won't watch this, but if she did, I never let her know, and that I did. I saw it too, but she had a problem with, you know, because the girls had to dance in front of everybody, and mainly in front of him. He would have like a panel of so-called judges, like what was that, America's Got Talent type thing,
Right.
and he was basically Simon Cowell. But yeah, this was all young teen and preteen girls.
I'm sorry,
You
while
know,
you talking,
dancing.
I'm just gonna be throwing stuff on the screen while you talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude, yeah, definitely. But this was all young teen and preteen girls supposedly dancing. They would, like, for the basketball team, they had they were supposedly cheerleaders, or the dance team, not really cheerleaders, the dance team for each team. But they would have to dance at the basketball games, and it was like a dance contest. And then he would, you know, they would judge them, and then on, you know, basically on their skills. So they had, you know, he had his a panel of flunkies all the time. I'm the Waller was one of them, fat flunky. You had, I forget everybody's name, but they were there as supposedly judging the dancing. And my wife, not just not just my wife, other sisters, you hear them in the crowd, like, you know, like the way these girls had to dance was basically twerking, you know, whatever. Like, honestly, if you're a girl dancing, I don't know how you don't show off, but this was blatantly like weird, considering how, you know, we supposedly were supposed to be in modest apparel and stuff like that. And it was just like, I remember my wife bringing up that she really didn't want the girls doing it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's among us. You know what I mean? It's not like they out in the street. But the truth is, no, they are out there in the street dancing, because I mean, all these brothers and sisters or whatever, they there, but you don't know them. You don't know. And you got these you know, teenage girls, while they blossoming, we ain't blind. You see what they, everything shaking and jiggling in front of this dude while he's scrutinized, and any other man that's in there that got you know, they got that demon on them, where they start fetishizing little girls. You giving them, you know, basically all the, you know, free reign to be up there, you know, gawking at people's daughters in a yeah, unseemly way. And it just, you know, it never sat well with me just seeing it, but, you know, this is the type of thing that's going on. And then, of course, you know, this is his opportunity to humiliate the dance coaches and this, that, and the other, because the dance didn't look a certain bit, it wasn't, you know, a certain quality and all this other stuff. He literally was debasing and ridiculing and just destroying these dance coaches in front of everybody over dancing. They didn't even have facilities. Like, they told us to look for facilities for the girls to dance in, but we had to find, everybody in every city had to find a free place for them to go and dance, which really don't exist. You got to pay for it. But then, of course, this wasn't anything that the church was going to pay for. But then his dance team had matching uniforms. They had a place to dance. They came with the best dances, and it's like, you already knew they had the stuff they needed to do it was, you already know, was paid for. They didn't have to go searching for nothing. I know, because my wife was a dance coach, and she used to try, and she used to you know, be scared as hell to go up there after, because you didn't have the time and this, that, and the other. She couldn't even work some days because they had to get ready for dancing and stuff like that. Meanwhile, we got bills to pay and stuff like that. She can't even work because she's an elect lady and a dance coach, and they gotta, you know, they gotta get these girls ready to go and dance and compete. And then when you do the dances, when they did have a dance that actually looked good, if it even came close to his daughters and the holy women's dance, oh, They go the imposter, the Puerto Rican imposter. But if their dancers even came close to coming near his dance team, his daughters and them dance team, and the holy women or whatever they were, man, he would destroy the dance. And anybody that had a different opinion of his, he would wait to the end and then clown the judges too because they had an opinion that something was, man, it was ridiculous, man. So if you want to talk about, like pedophilia behavior, man, it was, man, that joint was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. It's when you're in there and you just so blinded because you really think that this guy's holy. We really think that he was holy, man. Oh man, I'm just going through something.
I just want to say something, right?
Yes, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
to the brothers that's still in there, right? I know, like, what you got to understand is that Jermaine was not the first. That's what you got to understand. Like, there has been many cult leaders throughout time, many false prophets throughout time that people was following wholeheartedly, believed this person was divine, and all of that. That's all a part of the con. And you believe it to your core, but you're not the first person to be in that position. There have been thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that have been led astray by these men that have come with deception and con artist tactics and have gained people and completely destroyed lives, and if you go and do the research on these cult leaders and you watch these documentaries, you will see that it's exactly the same thing. The same thing that these people have gone through before us, we was going through, the time that we was in there, and y'all still going through right now. He's not the first.
Yeah, I'm just while you talking, I'm just putting up pictures. We already passed the 3-hour mark. I think Weezy dropped off. As I said earlier, it was his birthday yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, I think today's his wife's birthday. So salute to my brother, to our brother, and God bless him and his family. But
Absolutely.
I don't want to. We could rock out. We could rock out a little past 1, but we got like 20 minutes left. Let me shoot off some of these points, and then I want to address something in regards to Black Icon with a picture that I had put up, and then go into one more point. So he used members to put things in their names. Insurance, cars, all of that. He used members for that. Anybody that collects the faxes or that collected the faxes, you be privy to see that. You kind of train your eye, which was myself. You kind of train your eye to like mind your business, just get the council stuff, mind your business. But I seen it with my own eyes, like cars in people's names, insurance in people's names, but that was totally forbidden for the members. You couldn't do that. But he was doing that. He was doing that. You can't live in the same township or area as him. The sister talked about that in the last joint that was done. Sister lived in Hackensack as a convenience to try to, accommodate her husband, who was from up in New York, and she was from Philadelphia, so she took it, the opportunity. And when Jermaine found out that she lived in that area, was told, you got to move. And she said she was out in 2 days. She had to be out. You can't wear what he wears. If he wears rhinestones and want to jazz up his outfit, you can't wear that. Can't wear it. You cannot have a car like his or something better. Seen it with my own eyes. Lord have mercy on the brother soul. One of my closest dudes in there, Tazadaqyah. He had the royal blue Ferrari. I forgot what model, but that joint was an eyesore to him. He told me things mean about Kazak. And because of who he was and who he said he was, I didn't tell my brother what he felt. But he hated him. He even tried to tell me something foul about him because my bro had did a little time. Try to say something foul about him in regards to his sexuality. He had a tent set up at one of the picnics because he had a large family himself. And he set up a tent, and because the tent was about the height of what Jermaine had, he told security to make him take that tent down. And he had to go to council for that. Yeah, Mike, you was gonna say something.
Nah, just briefly, this is the same brother where we was doing some work for the church. We was outside 1941, and we was talking about the Holy Apostles, Tazadaqyah. He was like, yeah, man, the Holy Apostles, man, they like kings, man. He said, we'll do anything for them. He said, we'll die for them. This is the man, this is the man who's telling you, who was telling us about his devotion to this place. And meanwhile, behind the scenes, behind his back, he's being, his name is being dragged through the mud. How is that righteous?
Yeah, man. So
people literally willing to lay down their lives because of their faith.
Yep. But you can't have nothing like him. You and say it was done in a form of admiration. Like, if you are who you say you are, then you know what I'm saying? Like,
shouldn't be a problem.
The brother's doing something for his family, to have a space for his family. There was mad people with tents and stuff like that, but you can't have nothing bigger than his or his size. That's crazy. So nobody can correct him. He's above correction. When you have an attitude and a spirit like that where no one can correct you, God is going to get you.
Hey, yo, I'm sorry. Just think about the mindset of that. Like, you seeing the brother got a big tent, and all of a sudden you feeling some type of way. Like who does brother think he is? Yo, security, tell that brother to take that tent down. Who you think he is?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of mindset is that, bro? You getting jealous and offended over brothers? Like, you should be happy that brothers is able to do for their family, and like, you know, they was blessed and they able to enjoy some certain benefits. That you should be happy that brothers is in a good position, not jealous and conniving and all that shit. Like, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, in spite of them putting everything in place to swindle people's money away, if you are able to say buy a nice car, this, that, and the other, and you're gonna get hated on by the cat that's got everybody's money, that don't make no sense. That's like some schoolyard bullying type, on the next level. Like, what in the world? If you got more than everybody that's around you, why you care if somebody got a little? It don't make no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
No care for the congregation. All of that pooling of energy never pooled to anything that is productive that helps any of the families. Not one business set up that the church and the congregation can benefit from. Not one event put together that benefits the church and the congregation. Not one. Even if you want to talk about the human capital, You talking about the brother Ayash was a profession. I think what was it, like a teacher or something like that, or
Cameraman.
the cameraman.
He's
Okay, so how about what? Okay, so we do all that production. Why you ain't set up something where you training men where they could do something, and maybe you can have a business that the church is a part of that can employ men, right? Where we're doing production since you had men that were experts at it. What about? I mean, even the Nation of Islam got a security business. You know what I'm saying? Like, where? Since
he
y'all,
always
what did y'all ever do? That
right.
what did he ever do that y'all be defending him? What did he ever do that benefited the congregation outside of the fact that people were reading the Bible? Right, right. We did read the Bible. But what was implemented with all of those bodies there, all of those talents and everything, to where okay, we can sustain ourselves while we're doing that. Not one thing was put towards that. But he's coming through with $1,500 dirty sneakers, pre-dirty sneakers that they make dirty before they sell them to you, having not worked any job or anything like that. You driving around with $100,000 trucks and cars and this, that, and the other, and not one thing has been put to anything. Even when he talked about the houses for people and all that. What part of the congregation benefited from that? Them Yadawa, you were giving mad money, all kind of talent. This dude, them Yadawa, everything he put his hand to, like he could figure stuff out and figure out how to make stuff work, this, that, and the other. I remember when he had lost his job because he was, being there for the church and this, that, and the other. He went to council to ask for some money just to cover him so he didn't get evicted. You think he got anything?
Nah, he got
Hell
denied.
freaking no. And them Yadawa, listen, them Yadawa didn't have to be there. This dude got the talent where he can he can write his own check with the talent he had with computers and IT and all that. And he went there like, you know what I mean? And I know because he asked me, but at the time I didn't have it. So he went to council to ask for it, man. Denied. Man walking around with the money, 10 times that money on his pinky. Denied. And this is a brother been in the church, 20 years.
And more now.
Yeah, and more now. Yeah, and more.
So listen, he's never wrong. He's never wrong. There's no accountability with him. None. Nobody can correct him, which is why God has to intervene and had to intervene. He's never wrong. No accountability. It's always someone else's fault. If it's successful, it's him. If it fails, it's Aharon. It's this brother. He didn't follow instructions. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. And that's a fact.
Yo, your volume is low.
A lot of you that have been through situations, you brothers that have been through situations trying to fight your case in council, you be really fighting your case until you damn see that you in danger of losing your rank. You say, Salakia, sir, it's my fault.
Yep. Absolutely.
You rather keep your rank and be delusional so you can have power.
Yeah, take low. Take low up.
The truth. How about this? Always telling someone he's going to destroy them. I was told that a couple times. Weezy was told that a couple times. Your brother Yashar was told that a couple times. I seen that personally. So many people was told, I'm going to destroy you.
Can you talk about how he said the rules don't apply to him?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that would come with another testimony that we remember at one of the family days that we talked about that you brought up, Mike, where Kakam had made mention about God's mercies and that we're sinners and so forth and so on. And can you elaborate on that first? You remember, Mike? Yo?
Yeah, I remember. My bad. I stepped away for a second. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah, I was there for that.
go into that family day with Kakam?
Yeah, so the way that it worked at the family days, like at the end of the family day, right? There was always like words of encouragement, and that the whoever was an apostle at the time, definitely the so-called holy apostles, and then whoever was an apostle at the time, Kakam was an apostle, and he had mentioned I think it was scripture he was talking about, but he basically was saying, yeah, because we all got a lot of sins, right? You know what I mean? Like thanking God for his mercies and everything. And then Jermaine was like, he didn't know. He said, I don't know where I'm at. He's like, how y'all still got y'all in the truth and how y'all still got a lot of sins. He said,
told
yeah,
Kakam, speak for
Speak for yourself. That's what he said first. Speak for yourself.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
Somehow he ain't got no sins. That was the same family day where he started going in on the sisters, because that was when the sisters were doing like the afros and they were shaving the sides a little closer and all that and going naturals. A lot of sisters was kind of like a trend. There was the same one when he went in on the sisters for that and all that, man. I'm telling you, man, trying to say they trying to be like Hamites and this, that, and the other. And it was like, no, sisters was just not trying to, the culture was kind of going with a little bit of natural hair at the time.
Right.
And so sisters were embracing it. So you saw a bunch of sisters that had their natural hair, they had groomed it, afroed it out or whatever. And he went in on them on that. Right after he went in on Kakam about that, talking about speak for yourself, because like it was just like if anybody said anything that caught any shine, he would come right behind them to just devalue, just destabilize, just destroy anything they said. It's the same way that Yeshaya used to do. When Kakam used to teach the class before Yeshaya would show up, soon as Yeshaya come in, he grabbed Kakam Bible and stuff like that, and throwing it to the side, coming or standing in front of everybody seeing it. He all uncomfortable and everything. Every Friday night. Because he would come late. Then, Kakam there, I'm here to hold it down for High Priest Yeshaya, blah, blah, blah. He'd be holding the class down. Class be on, because Kakam was animated and engaging at the time. He still was young or whatever. And he'd have, everybody involved, because he would do the thing where he would interact, with everybody.
He do that to break the ice. He did that with me.
Yeah. He'd spot a brother in there and be like, how he reenact stuff and everything when he was young.
Yeah.
Yeshaya would come in there and act like like it's a Bible, but because it's Kakam's Bible, he looking at it and tossing it to the side, sighing and all this other stuff. Couldn't even have, man, it would be ridiculous, man. But that's the same spirit. The same spirit he used to come with every time one of the so-called holy apostles would speak, Shar, Arya would speak. He would come afterwards and do something to be insulting, and everybody, and make a joke, and everybody be like, laughing at it. Like, but if you really looking at it, it's like, it's like they can't say nothing, even good things that people say, because they weren't up there saying bad things to people.
Right.
But he would find a way to upend what they say and contradict what they would say and turn it and twist it into some kind of way where he got this 1,000-volt breakdown that now makes everything they say of no effect, even though they quoted a scripture verbatim. He still had a problem with that.
That's the culture. We see it. It was being done by Yeshaya and then Jermaine doing the same exact thing.
Exact same thing.
I cannot forget this. I'm gonna go back to Mike real quick.
The thief.
Yeah, the thief. He's gonna tell you a story about how, you know, I had feigned love for him when his mom passed away. And I had feigned love. It was fake. I've always been over Officer of 100, Mayak Allah. I always been over him. Always. I looked at him as a brother. When his mom died, I mourned for him and with him, and also for his little brother, Nick, and for his middle brother, Phil. But Mike was my man. So he did a song over Marsha Ambrosia's joint, Far Away. Real dope, beautiful joint. Wrote, oh man.
Everybody mourned with him over there because it was a good song and everybody knew why he made it.
And check it out. He says, yo, can you make a video for me? And he gave me the pictures and stuff. I said, I got you. I'm over him. I got you. And I did it with love, with care, with every element, you know, to show honor to your moms. My boys' moms. It was on my channel while we were still, quote unquote, brothers in this place. You listen to a false prophet whose credibility on anything he said about me is shot once he lied and said that I was a so-called informant. Knowing, like Mike said, I was one of those brothers that would die for him. That's how wrapped up I was. I was always on the scene when it was beef with him, or he called anybody for beef. I was always there. Win, lose, or draw has always been my mentality. I would never front like I'm the baddest dude on the earth and I could beat everybody. That's just stupid. My dad did not teach me that. Anybody can get it is what I was taught. So you be humble how you move. So I never proclaimed or acted to be the toughest or the baddest ever. And I did that for you with love. You call me all kind of bitch ass nigga and everything, and I faked love, man. It was on my station, on my YouTube, my music joint. But we're not squad no more, fam. Are you letting any of my music play on your platform? You got any Saint Ivan the Terrible being played on your platform? But I'm supposed to just let your joint play on my platform. Doesn't work that way, B. So yeah, you had a lot of views and stuff, but I took it down. I took down every other video that's associated to anyone having something solo. If it's a group, I kept it to display my skill in the group. But fast forward, it's taken down. You feel all ways, and you talking all kind of crazy about me and all that, right? And your brother totally disagreed with you, and you insult your brother and call him a demon that came out of your mother's womb. B, you wildin', son. You wildin', son. You wildin', man. You wildin'. How you think your other brother feels saying something like that, man? Or his family, man? You or the rest of the family, B? You bugging. But he told you, yo, he didn't disrespect mommy. You delusional, son. Then when me and Weez did the first live and stuff, and then there was exchanges and texts that we was trying to find that we couldn't find, but you know you got them. I said, yo, I got emails too of me and you. Me sending you stuff and you responding. Even if it's just a thumbs up, you ain't talk, you give a thumbs up. Sucker. I said, yo, I got mad at your music and I got the video still of your mom. I didn't delete that, man. I got it. Do you want it? You send me a thumbs up. I even said, God bless you and your family, man. And I sent you all your music and the videos. The Rock, you in there, my brother Darius? You in there, man? Talk to him, man. Bring him to counsel and talk to him, man. You know what time it is, The Rock. Anyway, I just felt compelled to say that. I'm sorry, man. But yeah, Mike. It wasn't about I took the video down. You know what it was about, son? It was about the views, my boy. That's what you was more concerned about, the views, that you would have to put it up and get more views because you got the video. Have you reposted it since? Was it really about that? Keep it real, son. Was it really about that? You ain't reposted since. I gave you everything, B. I gave you all your stuff. Everything. Whatever you wish on me, bro, I don't wish on you. But God tells you in Deuteronomy 19, whatever you wish or you intend for your brother shall be done to you, man. That was your so-called master teacher's favorite scripture to use as a reason for him to be vindictive with people. I've never wished no ill upon you, man. And there's a lot of stuff I know, bro. Out of love for your kids that used to call me Uncle Kazak, Uncle Ivan. I stay quiet, man. Leave me alone. Y'all talking about we won't leave you alone. Leave me alone, son. I ain't paying attention to you. I'm not watching you. Nothing. None of us is watching you. We've been left y'all alone 3 years and 5 months. And y'all pop back up 1,249 days later. Wish us dead? For real? I wanted to just bring that up because I passed it. Real quick. Suicides. And what's the truth? Suicides and what's supposed to be the truth and what's supposed to be of God. You never seen that with Christ. If that was of Christ, you wouldn't see that. None of the believers in Christ commit suicide. None. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna put this out there. That is Mike. Rest in peace.
Yeah, the bishop.
Mike, in peace. Mafi Magapasha's brother. Lord have mercy on his soul. Beautiful brother, man. Let me tell you about Mike. That was my man, 50 grand. We all got raised to top officer of 5,000 together. Me, him, his brother. We was happy as hell. He was nice, man. He was a real martial artist. You know, these guys making fun of me and stuff as a fake martial artist, but Mike was the real deal. Mike was dope. Very intelligent. And he had a situation of him coming into money. You know, from a situation from when he was a child. He really went to Egypt and Israel. That's what that picture is right there. I have that because he gave it to me. He gave it to me. He really went to Egypt and Israel. And he was also always under Jermaine. For those that remember in the old 1941, when what is now, quote unquote, Jacob's Cafe, that used to be the video room. And Jermaine had a makeshift little bodega inside there with potato chips and sodas and M&Ms and stuff. He was a 13 shield at the time. That's why I put this picture up, because at this time, he's a 13 shield. I'm not under no spell yet. Just look at the picture. Look at the language in the picture. I'm not under no spell yet. He to the side of me. He wasn't who he was that he portrayed himself to be yet. He on the side of me. That's around the time when Mike supposedly committed suicide. I say it forever, bro. I don't believe he did that. And his brother knows how much we cried together. When I was told the news of what happened, when I was told the news of what happened, I was on the booth, working the table, selling the oils and stuff with another brother. And he told me what happened. I called his brother right away, and Jermaine got on the phone and said, "Yo, come up here. I'm gonna talk to High Priest Shaw so you be clear from the booth. And come up here because your friend needs you." I was like, "All right." I'll get up there. As soon as I see him, we tearing, we crying, we embrace each other. I'm like, "Yo, what the hell? How? Like, where he get this from? Like, how he don't? No, that's not him. No way he would get that." And I remember the funeral too, man. I remember the funeral. It was weird. It was weird. I'm remembering the whole scenario and the whole atmosphere. It was very weird. It was like some made up service, or like some made up thing. They said the Our Father prayer. They said the Shemais, and then they blew the ram horn like 5 times or something. Like, where's that biblically? It felt weird. Then the dress, Yeshua was dressed in all red. He had an all red like linen joint on, all red. It's weird. It's just weird. Even bro, I'm just recollecting and looking, and everybody's like, it was weird, man. I don't believe that happened to Mike. I don't believe he did that to himself. Never. I don't believe.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, but I wasn't I wasn't coming up to New York, to Harlem like that, to know him intimately. But I remember how somber it was in there. And then I remember the comment that I don't know how long after that it was, but the Shia had made that comment about brother coming into some money and going out to eat. And I thought that's what he was talking about, but I guess it was somebody else. But
yeah, that was Killer Priest. That was Killer Priest talking about. Yeah,
I remember how somber it was during that time, man. But I did not know the brother like that. But.
Yeah, I don't believe that to this day, bro. I don't. And again, I'm making it clear. I am not saying. I wouldn't even say who I thought. If I had a thought, I wouldn't even say it, because God will reveal it, man. God will reveal it. But I don't believe that it was him taking himself. But that was the first one that was experienced in that organization. For me to hear someone close to me and that I knew personally did that. The next one was Shabar.
Yeah.
And he's another one that, he used to stand up to Jermaine like crazy. Everything Jermaine said, he'd be like, "Oh, well, I disagree with that because the scripture says," he was excellent teacher, like for what the quote unquote doctrine is in that place and that you receiving. Yo, he was dope. Like Kakam was another one, but Shabar was nasty. He was nasty. And you start seeing the shift in that in the dealings, especially once they got that power as the quote unquote apostolic succession. And now Jermaine was a quote unquote one of the 12 apostles, and he had power over all of them generals. But when Shabar was 13 shield and he was 13 shield, Shabar used to be spitting back. Like, nah, I don't listen. Even though he was the junior counsel, he still used to be spitting back.
Yeah, I remember Kakam and Kakamba were on the junior council, and Tazadaqyah was on the junior council, and Kakamba used to be the one with the most common sense when it came to issues on that were brought there. But all that changed. All them cats kind of dimmed their light under this cat, man.
Listen, suicides is not anything that was done underneath Christ. Any believers in Christ did not commit suicide. You're not going to read that nowhere. What are you going to say, Judas? He didn't hang himself. We know what happened. It's written. Acts chapter 2 told you what happened. Acts chapter 1, excuse me, told you what happened. How he fell headlong and he bust asunder. So, no believer committed suicide. And then the most recent one was the brother Robert Tazadaqyah.
Yeah, they want to jump off the building.
So you didn't see that in there with the believers. All of a sudden, everybody that leaves, they're known for some type of wickedness. Anybody that leaves right now, they known for some type of wickedness always, but it didn't reflect.
Can't call that crap to me. You can't. None of y'all niggas can say that because I wasn't known for doing nothing foul or untoward to anybody in there. I don't have no record of doing nothing. Most not even with my so-called rank. Not even with that. Ever. Never misused anybody, never took no money from nobody, forced favors.
I did because I had to get around. I had to get to and fro.
No, I mean, like, what no, I mean, stealing. Yeah, I mean, stealing. I never had no schemes to get no money up out of people, this, that, and the other. If anything, in fact, as far as Allentown is concerned, I helped willingly, and I'm not saying it's to disparage anybody, but the truth is, I've given away multiple vehicles to brothers that didn't have vehicles, that had families and stuff like that. And this is facts. You could try to twist it any way you want. I ain't asked nobody for no money, for nothing. One of my vans I gave away, a brother said he was gonna pay me for it, gave me like $200, never gave me the rest. And I never said anything about it because I didn't want no money for it anyway. He insisted and then didn't even pay what he said he was gonna pay. To be frank. So yeah, I've given away multiple vehicles, meaning more than two. Okay. These are vehicles that I gave away freely, and I'm not saying it to brag. I've paid brothers rents when they were short. I put brothers' whole families up in the dead of winter. You know what I'm saying? I have given brothers clothes, purchased brothers clothes, paid for brothers trips to the events down to all the way to Florida because brothers didn't have the money. Never paid back. I gave one brother a place to live and he defaulted on me without even telling me. I gave him my apartment. and he defaulted on me. Never told me. I ended up having to pay creditors back for that. Like I had to pay that to get it up off of my credit.
And you know what's crazy? Like these guys making mentioning to me, like what did I ever do back? It's a shame. Like with Dwight, it's a mega shame, and he know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna get into it. He know what I'm talking about. Same with Basil, like, but it's a shame. Like, you know what I'm saying? Them other guys, like, I didn't have a relationship like that with St. P. Of course, when we was around each other and we saw each other and stuff, but we didn't call each other. He didn't call me just to shoot the breeze and chop it up. And I didn't call him just to shoot the breeze and chop it up. We mostly spoke and stuff when we was around each other. The one I would mostly call the most out there was Mike.
Yeah, y'all was tight. From what I saw. From what I saw, you know what I mean? Y'all was tight.
So I struggled. I couldn't keep a job because I had to be on call on a whim. You got Frank, bus driver, New York City bus driver, man. Being inconvenienced. He has to drive city bus, being inconvenienced with counsel because he missed the boss's phone call 13 minutes ago. What? You got to come to counsel and answer for that.
I lost jobs for showing up to counsel.
Bruh, the brother in there know he's being dealt with unreasonably, man. Then be given, I'm just going to jump around to start wrapping it up. Then be given, where is that? Where I wrote it. Here you go. A 40-day reflection. Where's that at in the Bible? A 40-day reflection talking about, so the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God, to appease Jermaine's anger so he don't come with a quick judgment on the spot. Put himself in the stead of God with some cockamamie 40-day reflection stuff. Like, let me calm down before I destroy you.
He wasn't reflecting on nothing.
Academy and 40 days you under pressure, you sweating, you damn nervous, you got butterflies, you going through mad changes. All kind of anxiety, all that, you going through mad changes. Same thing with a meeting of the 42. You go to the meeting of the 42 to get humiliated by a whole bunch of people and put your private business out there if there's something dealt with private or whatever the case, and to humiliate you. Then for them to have an imaginary rank because they give a judgment within there, but you got to go to world headquarters so Jermaine can give the final judgment. Not even Ariane Shah, who are his seniors and his teachers, the ones that had him as, you know, their little gopher. They don't got no say over anything. He's the last word. He's the last word, right? Brother mentioned the other day, we're in there paying to be members of a church. With all those funds you paying, you in there paying to be a member. Mike, you said that, right?
Yeah, like when you really think about the Hebrew Academy and you think about the mandatory weekly priest fund, and then you consider the fact that there was a time where there was citizens, and then that guy, you couldn't be a citizen no longer. You had to join the ranks or you got put out, right? You getting, okay, so you come into the Hebrew Academy and you being told now that you required for a mandatory priest fund of $25 a week. Yep. And then once you graduate the academy, you being told that now you got a mandatory priest fund of $31 a week. So notwithstanding that and all the other funds that you have to pay, you basically are being forced to pay to be a member of the organization. You paying to be a member. You're paying $25 a week to be in the academy. And once you're out the academy, you're paying $31 a week. And then with the national debt, now if you in a situation where you don't got it, you're not working, whatever the case may be, now the money is owed. You got a national debt. And ain't no year jubilee. Ain't no time coming when that money is forgiven.
Never.
It's crazy.
Mayak calling everybody all the time about and then employing the chief priest in your whatever city to call you and get on a three-way call with a Mayak where he started, the Lord put holes into your pockets and
Yeah.
Right. Yo, but
Mayak, man, you a thief.
Yo, but what you were saying just now though about the stress about the 40 days of reflection and all that. Remember when he a brother secretly recorded a video, something from Baltimore, I think the guy was. There was a video on YouTube about it, and he asked the guy. He said when you left, when you got put out, was you going through changes? Was you messed up? Was your mind messed up? And he said, yo, you know what? I'm not going to lie. For a while there, I was going through changes. You know what his response was? He said, it's because you're weak-minded. Just think about that. Like his response for the brother believed that this was the church of God. Like if I'm outside this, I'm outside of God's protection. I'm outside of the presence of God. And it's weighing on him that he was put out or left. I don't remember what his situation was. And that stress that he was going through was not because he believed in God and that any of this stuff was true. It was because he was weak-minded. That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yet he's everyone. I'm gonna speed through the points because I want to be finished before 2, man. This is the last one, bros. Hey, brothers, this is the last one. Man.
It's been 4 hours plus. Yeah, all right.
That's it. I don't care what I don't want to hear. Please do not email me, text me anything that they did, that they're doing. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't. My focus is what God commanded. When you have a family, is to take care of your family, brothers. Take care of your families, man. And you're gonna get judged for that. And I messed up, man. I messed up. So that's been my focus, man. Not these guys. Not nothing with that place, man. Everybody on this phone is doing very well by the grace of God, man. That's a lie that 7 demons words come into you and all this. That's a lie. When you in Christ, you in Christ. They mad because we don't follow that man anymore. So he's everyone. He's the comforter. He's one of the witnesses. He's King David. He's Peter. How? Like we say, he's split. He's number 24. He's number 24. Deuteronomy 18. We all know it. When we did the earlier videos, that was one of the main scriptures that we brought out in talking about him. You ain't supposed to be afraid of a false prophet.
Nope.
That's it. You ain't supposed to be afraid of a false prophet. I'm not going to be afraid to speak about a false prophet. I never said I was a prophet. Never. I never said I was God sent. Never. The Bible tells you, he that boasts, let him boast in knowing God's word. I brag about that. I read. Mike is on the phone. We read. Aaron is right here. We read. Weezy was here. Alicia was in here. Brothers read. Jerome reads. Barry reads. Like brothers read. And brothers build and are still in Christ. Ain't nobody out here damn doing nothing evil. Ain't nobody committing adultery, scheming, scamming. Nothing. Nothing. Everything brothers got, they got in their names. Brothers got from working with their own 2 hands with jobs. focused. Nobody paying attention to them, man. So this is really it, man. They're just gonna just addressing all the points that was brought out before. Deuteronomy 18, you're supposed to be afraid of no false prophet, man. Jeremiah 23 tells you the judgment on all false prophets, people that said God told them to come when God didn't tell them to come. People saying God sent them when God didn't send them. People saying God said when God ain't tell them nothing.
I just want to say something, right? The scripture tells you in Deuteronomy 18, it talks about the things which the Lord have spoken. It says, well, how will we know, what's the thing which the Lord have spoken? It says, if the thing is said and it do not come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord have not spoken, that this prophet has spoken presumptuously.
Yep.
So isn't that still the word of God, brothers?
Yep.
That's still God's word. Like, why we trying to judge? Why we trying to use a different standard for certain people? God said, if the thing does not follow, if it don't come to pass, that is the word which the Lord have not spoken, and the prophet has spoken it presumptuously.
Right.
That's it on that.
Yeah, he premeditated on what he was going to say to lie and say that God said this or God said that. They done. People that do that blaspheme the Holy Spirit. They have their part in the lake that burneth with fire. It's gonna keep burning and burning forever and ever and ever and ever. Did I mention ever? And ever and ever and ever and nonstop. That's the punishment for anyone that blasphemes the Holy Spirit. There's no getting out of it. There's no getting out of it. So again, that state of that man is not worse than the first, especially if they still in Christ, they in the Lord, magnifying his name, following what he said, not trying to hang on to Moses. It's not about Moses. Y'all didn't read that? It's not about Moses. You didn't read that? In Matthew 17? It's not about Moses, it's about the king, man. What about families that's no longer in there, or families of members that's no longer in there with lawsuits? You got families putting lawsuits out. You said you're busting at the seams, but we already showed all the locations that's closed. Portland,
I don't know. They was talking about his girth.
Portland is permanently closed. Nebraska is permanently closed. Oklahoma is temporarily closed. Baltimore is permanently closed. That's 4 locations. Permanently closed. How are you busting out the scenes? Then San Miguel has a video showing that on your video, church, showing all the places, there's mad empty chairs. How you busting out the scenes? And you got locations closing down. Stop lying. We spoke about the party at the kingdom. That's when I believe the spell was fully cast. There's no way. Listen, I'm from the Bronx. There's no way in the Bronx on a Saturday you get arrested and you come right out the precinct. There's no way. That was not God. That was not anything of God like he tried to portray. It was a phone call that was made. How else would they know he was arrested? Whoever it was that supposedly made a phone call. No, he made a phone call. He made a call. And after the call, he wound up getting released to come out. Because they had him in the pocket. Whether you believe it, accept it or not, that's what a cult leader is. That's what a cult leader is. So that happened at the kingdom. Scriptures, again, the scriptures is of no private interpretations. You don't need nobody to tell you nothing. You just read. It interprets itself. It tells you what it's saying. Even when Christ spoke a parable to the people that he spoke it to purposely so they wouldn't understand, he took the apostles to the side and the believers to the side and told them what it meant. It's all there. You don't need nobody to tell you what it's saying. You just read yourself. You don't have to stay confined to the KJV. There's other translations out here. We speak modern English. You're going into a dictionary to get the definition clear of the word that you're reading in the KJV. So what's wrong with reading it in English? But you guys are stuck because the cult leader tells you it has to be this one. So they have control over you. Right? What about, are we almost down to the wire? Let's get through it. Forced basketball games. You spoke on that, bro. Make it try to do it quick because I want to jump into the what you said about, which I think I already mentioned about 42. If you don't, you get a meeting of the 42 if you don't comply with the basketball games. The forced boxing, same thing. There was times we had to call if somebody didn't show up that was on the schedule to fight. You had to tell a brother, "Yo, you fighting." But sir, that's it. The boss said you fighting, and that was my job and Mike's job. You fighting.
So with the basketball,
Yep.
so what I want to just say is that everybody that's on here and is sneak watching and all that, that's gonna sneak watch. Y'all know that if y'all play sports, you know sports reveals a lot of character. That's what it does. The competition reveals character. So we're not even going to talk about the fact that he basically wanted to act like he could play ball when he was not in the shape to play ball. And everybody would play against his team and everything with kid gloves. Baltimore was like one of the best teams, like the second best team, and they used to have to play with kid gloves. They got brought to the meeting of the 42 for playing too rough. Like it was just playing better. That's really what it was. But there was an incident where I was playing on Allentown's team, and you had this this dude is I don't know, he's a fool. This isn't all the way to call it. Ricard Calamai, who had moved to Allentown and left his job and all that other stuff so he could try to get some rank in this place. Knows nothing about basketball at all. Never played basketball in his life, but because he has rank, they made him a coach. It's ridiculous. First of all, we getting ready for the game. Allentown really ain't had no good team. Our team sucked. But everybody that was getting ready, warming up, they were just doing whatever. You know, I played basketball when I was younger. Like I played at a pretty good level too. Like, so I know how to play ball, and I know what you're supposed to do to start the thing. You're supposed to warm up a certain way. We never practice or nothing like that. Every time I try to get brothers to practice, they wouldn't do it. So anyway, this particular time we warming up, and you got the Italian Mike Zion Catone and a couple other brothers. They just shooting around, just playing around, not really warming up. You know, no layup line. So I say to the coach, "Hey, we should have a layup line and be organized so that brothers could get warmed up." So he goes to talk to Catone on the and like privately. So then they bench me for the game, right? Now, at this time, I got a problem with my knee. Like, I warmed up, but if I sit, then my knee gets sore. Like, it'll get a little stiff. He waits till the end of the game. It's like, I don't know, like a minute left in the game to say, "Yo, all right, you can go in the game." So by that time, I'm like, yeah, I can't go in because my knee is sore. Like, I'm not going to go. And it's the end of the game. There's no point. Like, I don't even know why you would even tell me. So he then walks away, and then comes back, say to me, so you're going to defy an order to go in the game? And I'm like, look, if I'm hurt, what did your order? I'm hurt. I'm sore. Like what your order got to do with me playing a basketball game? This ain't like you told me to go out and teach, do unit work or camp or something like that, and I'm refusing. No, you talking about playing a game. I ain't gotta play no game. Ain't no getting me like this. Ain't nobody getting paid here to do this. This has nothing to do with church duties, even if you wanted to go that route. So sure enough, I get a call, or you've been summoned to council to the 42 because all NBL, the National Basketball League, whatever, all NBL councils are 42 councils. It's not like the regular thing. So this was way more important than, say, walking up to a brother and punching him in the face or something like that. This was way more important than that because it's basketball somehow. So we get to the 42, and you got the whole thing set up where you got the prosecutor. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. You had a so-called apostle who was supposed to be a prosecutor. You get where they're supposed to basically railroad you into saying that you did something wrong. So, and they try to get brothers to cry and all that and all this other stuff in there and make fun of them, blah, blah, blah. You had this dude, Arya Shah, right? The little Trinidadian or Jamaican, I don't even know what he is, man, West Indian cat, gonna say he overheard the conversation and absolutely lie about everything that took place. And Ricard Ahmad and him did not agree on even what was said. Like, he added stuff into it and everything. So Jermaine comes over the thing saying, hey, Arya Shah and Ricard Ahmad, y'all story don't even match. Y'all saying, Arya Shah, you saying this brother said all this, and the man who was actually talking to him didn't even agree with it. Then Ricard Ahmad was asked again, did he say what Arya Shah said? He was like, nah, he just said that he was sore and he was not going in the game. You think Arya Shah would be, like that? You lying. Imagine if this was an actual court where you got the power to condemn somebody to death. This nigga stood there and made up a whole story. You think that would be pointed out? They still carrying on with why I didn't go in the game. So I said, I said in front of that the 42 exactly what it was. No, I was sore. I had no reason to be going in the game. It was the end of the game, and I that's why I said no. And I stood on it. No, none of that old crying and whimpering that all y'all brothers be doing inside there. I said exactly what it was and stood firm and said no. There was no way in the world I was going in that game. My knee was sore. Y'all know that. So anyway, the thing got thrown out. But the point was, they made going into a basketball game, they put that on the level of like a real offense.
Yep.
And it was just basketball. It's like it's worse than a what they call a kangaroo court or a clown court. It made no sense at all. Insanity. Insanity is what it was. And you got cats clearly lying, and y'all don't even stop and say, hey, man, you just lied on this man. You just made up an entire story. Nobody addressed that. That was the beginning of the end for me. That was the beginning of the end for me, where I was like, yeah, this place is crazy. This place is absolutely crazy. And it wasn't too long after that, I think it was another year or two after that where I left. I was like, but from then, I was like, nah, this is absolutely it.
Right. So we see that happened. That's eyewitness, and anybody that's in there that's experienced that. I'm sure there's tons of cases with that, with the basketball stuff. You're forced into patriotism. If there's a picnic, the church is going to a picnic. Why can't I take that as a day? Well, since there's no work in the quote unquote church to be done, why I can't take that as a day as y'all going to do your thing? I can't afford to take my whole family. Why I can't just chill out with my family? Can't do that.
Nope. They started making it mandatory. They started making it mandatory that you got to go. So, I have a large family, so paying for everybody to go. So depending on your rank or whatever, it was like mandatory. So my wife was an elect lady, so it was mandatory. I had to pay for her to go,
And the
and
kid.
of course, and the kids and her kids, yeah, to go, which I mean, which was already a grip. But for me to take my whole family, this would be like So in the summertime, it'd be like every month of the summer, right? It'd be like outside of all my bills, all tights, everything. It was damn near. It was damn near like a $1,200 thing to have my whole family go because of how much it costs.
Right.
So when you add that up, and you're like, hold up, man, we got bills to pay. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't afford it. It was causing a schism in my family. It was making it seem like it was some kind of preferential treatment. Now, when I went, all I was doing was standing on NIS anyway. I was on security the whole time anyway. So it wasn't like I'm there enjoying anything. I'm just, there was no enjoyment. If anything, you standing in the sun, getting dehydrated, about to pass out and everything. And they didn't have good rotations where men could recover and take a break. You be on security from really early in the morning before everybody got there till after everybody was done. But it began to cause a schism where, parts of my family were acting as if I was giving preferential treatment to other parts of my family because they made it mandatory. Obviously for NIS, it's an all hands on deck for the family day. And then for the elect ladies, well, you have to be there. And it was like that for every event. And when you got to decide, okay, I could either afford this much money or whatever for everybody to go, or I can't. There's no in between.
And you actually juggling with rent, mortgage, light, gas, water, car insurance,
car notes, you name it.
With all of that, because you're being forced into patriotism, right? So that's with everything. Forced into buying raffle tickets. If you're a certain rank, you got to buy 2. $500 a pop.
Yeah, man. You got people thinking I was squandering money. I was squandering money. But you got people thinking that, really believing that I was like, I don't know, man. It wasn't until near the end, right before, where they started calling the sisters directly to demand money out of them, that they started seeing. This is what the brothers have been dealing with the whole time. When they started seeing that, man, I'm telling you, man.
So, I mean, it's so many, man. He said, "Hey, yo, Ivan, remember that year? The order was to get 5 raffle tickets."
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. You being mandated to pay for these raffle tickets, especially depending on your rank. The higher the rank, too much is given, much is required, Ark, right?
Yep. And I was a bishop. So every time, everything costs more because you got more rank. Like, what are you talking? How that makes sense?
The people paid for the car. The people paid for the car. That was won by that individual, and it was 2. And one of them was Dwight. He won 1 year. He won a year. All right. So last point that I got before we close out and give the final statements and shout outs or whatever. No one wants to bring anyone to counsel because you have to stay. Y'all murmur about it. And then you clown people that stay behind. I was the main clown.
Hell yeah. We used to, when we walking out, like, yo, hey. And Stevie wouldn't want to be here. I used to be standing there like,
if you came up on a Wednesday for council because you had to bring people up to council sometimes. You was like, yo, if I got a last case, I'll take you home. But if not, see you. I got to get up early. I'm like, nah, it's all good, bro. I'll find another way. But
And I ain't gonna lie,
not
that would be crazy.
Not maliciously, but clowning me on the way out. Like,
Nah, it was jokingly malicious.
no, but I say that not with you in that sense of like evilly malicious in the sense of like, you know what I mean? But it was with a lot of it was with a lot of others. And bro, Tuesday nights, I didn't get home. If it was an early night, I was getting home at like 6 a.m. to get a little bit of sleep because I gotta be right back up there Wednesday for the same thing again for council. So the only days really that I had to juggle, but I was still on call, was Monday and Thursday. Tuesday I'm there. That's where I'm at all the time, all Tuesday. Wednesday.
No order whatsoever to it. No care, no consideration. You get a case that is like, because there was some cases where it would just be it's 1, 2, 3, man. It'd be, man, you name it. When it was still doing the Sabbath cases on those days, it was a thing where they got a Sabbath letter or somebody needed just a signature for a Sabbath letter or something like that. Why they wait until 7 a.m. to be seen for something like that?
Yeah,
it's insane, man. Or if you got Allentown coming up, Allentown got 2 cases, right? Why you get one seen at 12 at night and the other one don't get seen till 5 a.m? Why you ain't just put them together like one behind the other? We be like, yo, is there a way? Trying to see if we can. Hey, is there a way? But it's whatever comes up. I'm like, yo, that just don't make no sense. If you organize this correctly, it could be less burdensome on the people.
Yeah, but
Why are you doing it like this?
He had to have full control, like Brooklyn Outlaw. I just posted his comment up there. He said we had to go back to Orlando. You know what that is? You driving up from Orlando, Florida, to New York to go to council, and you waiting for council, and then you're told come back next week, and they got to come back from Florida, from Pittsburgh, from North Carolina, from Minneapolis, from Nebraska, from Oklahoma. You got to come back next week.
That's no care and concern for the flock of God, man. That's what that is. That's like when you really in a leadership position, you're supposed to be considering the burdens that people have, financially and otherwise. You're making people come from states that's far away when you could easily put them on a conference call or with technology now, video call and everything else.
They had the technology there. They had it there.
He just did that. He did that because of the evil person that he was to show and display his power. Listen, there was when we first did the first live, there was a sister from one of them states that felt I owed her every imaginable apology because I called her to order her to come back from just getting home from the Passover to her state, somewhere in the Midwest, to come back for counsel. I'm like, sister, I'm not telling you that. I'm passing the message from the so-called such and such. But she was angry at me, like hating me for all that time because I'm enforcing the order. I'm just telling you what was said. I'm not telling you to come to counsel for me.
Right.
But this is, we gonna come to a close. Everybody gonna have I'm gonna, give everybody their points to close out, right? This is the last one. And I speak this on behalf of Weezy as well, because we spoke about this. This is the last live. There's nothing else to discuss. We have not been the initiators in this at all, not even from its inception. We have not. It's been you guys. And April 18th, 2020, we stopped and we didn't even go into anything at all with you guys ever again. Nothing. People been living their lives and doing what they're doing. We will not come back and do anything else. Anyone that remains in there right now is because they choose to remain in there, and I can only hope and pray that the Lord soon open up your eyes if that's in the plans of God, to open up your eyes for you to escape. Some people have already chose their fate because they are worshiping man. And they're following man and they're believing in man. And you're not believing in Christ. So at this point, there's nothing else that can be said. There's so many people. When you go back to the beginning, when everything started with Andre, when he was a young man, Andre was on it. To come down Mayak, he was on it. And Shana Ayara, they was on it. Young men. Early on, they was letting it be known. They was pulling the foul. And we argued against that, and we went against them. And then different people that left through time that was giving their testimony, and everything was adding up. Then you got the Injustice League. The brothers came through crazy. San Miguel, crazy. Me and Weezy came through on the tail end by the grace of God. You know, because of the position that I had in there, that's what makes it more credible. Anyone that comes on here that had a high position in there makes the information more credible, because you're privy to those private meetings, you're privy to those orders, you're privy to these things. And if you happen to be around them, you're gonna see certain things and hear certain things. So there's enough evidence, there's enough to see what it is. And anything you want, like I said, indictment, court transcript, the sentencing, anything you want, the pictures that we went through, the videos, all that. If you want it, just email and request it, and I'll send it to you. You know what I'm saying? Enough is enough. He's a false prophet. False prophet. He lied. Nothing that he said came to pass, and he just made things up. Demonize other books to secretly read them and bring it out like it was some type of divine given information, like he did with Noah and the flood, talking about, you know, people was knocking on the ark knocking on the door of the ark to get into the ark when the water started and all that. He got that from the book of Jasher. It's in the book of Jasher, chapter 2. He got it from there. And a lot of other information that he spoke as if it was divine, and he was stealing it from God's word. Like the book of Enoch describing heaven. The apostles quoted Enoch word for word. So it's so much. I'm not doing it. GODTIMEforever@gmail.com. GODTIMEforever@gmail.com. You can email me, and I'll talk with you. I'll talk with you, man, and I'll give you whatever information you want that was shared here today. You know what I'm saying? And that's it, man. I want to give some shout outs to some people that's in there. That's decent. That's good people, man. You know, but they caught up in the mind control, man. They don't even know it. They caught up in it, man. I want to say this too. You following the culture in there in regards to just gathering a whole bunch of women and just putting joints to the side and all that. Mm-hmm. That's a heavy culture, man. You know what I'm saying? You get another one, and put them to the side and just deal with the one joint and be treating them, you know, crazy, man. And I fell into that. It's all lust. That's all it is. It's lust. And in the process you do that, you make women miserable because of your lust, because you want to make sure you get your rocks off. You're not even taking it from the serious perspective that that's a wife and providing and taking care. Like there's some brothers that really do that, but the rest is you just trying to get one off and just collect. And even in that panel of 6, and young ones too, and these guys in their 40s, young ones. I know you probably go and say David had the young woman, but he didn't sleep with her. She didn't do anything sexual with him. It was just body heat. That's all it was. Nothing else. That's why Solomon killed his brother when his brother asked Solomon's mother to have her, the Shulamite. That's another topic. Anyway, I want to give a shout out to Gabar, formerly known as Gabar Tazadaqyah. He's one of the guys that, from back in the days when I first came in, and then he left for a while and then he came back. Real good dude, man. Cool dude. I had to step to him and tell him, Jermaine said you got to drop that Tazadaqyah from your name. El Cid, I love you, man. I know you hate me because I'm not in there. I love you, man. One of the dopest, most underrated MCs ever, man. Talent, man. Love you, brother. I hope and pray the Lord wake you up, man. Goodbye, Allah. And Mike, if you know it, you know some of the people I'm mentioning, just chime in. Goodbye, Allah. Salute. Bunlabia, I heard he left. If anybody, Bunlabia was always solid, man. Malak Kazak. Tazia Gabar, man. I'm a one Gabar. Solid. Hold on. I even messing up some of my my handwriting is messed up. Oh, Barazala Yash. Another good dude, man. I know he's one of the so-called apostles, man, and I know he hates my guts because I'm not in there and I'm speaking up against the false prophet, antichrist, deceiver, thief, adulterer, false prophet, Dunyamian, man. You know what I mean? There's another brother in there, Lob, dope. Wherever he's at, man, I hope, Lord have mercy on you, man. Nathan Izar, Manatazak, Yatazar. We used to have Yatazar, we used to have some fun times, man, like just snapping. We've been to his house before for fights and stuff, eating and drinking and, watching the fights and just snapping. And he's funny, man. And we'd be roasting and snapping, man. Lock him about his brother-in-law. Syed Shaquat, talented, man. Directors, talented, man. A talent from Queens. A talent, man. Shout out to him. Kahanya, shout out to him. Maharaka, Mihar. Shout out to him. I don't know if he's in there or not. If he is, I pray the Lord wake him up, man. Kazakyaba. Shalamya. Shayad. I mentioned him earlier out of nowhere. Because he knows what time it is, man. The Rock. We came in together. We was together from the beginning, man. I be reading. I be standing up there for hours reading. He's the only one to go and disappear for a second, come back and give me a bottle of water, man. Only one. I stand corrected. No, Rakak Kazak, he would do that too. The Spanish dude. But The Rock always did that, like all the time. All the time. He knows what's up, man. We sit next to each other in meetings and stuff like that, and somebody do something out of pocket or Jermaine say something, he grab my leg and squeeze the hell out of it. He know what's up. Like to tell me, like, yo, you heard that?
No Diddy.
Right? He know that. He know that. Well, you hold on. I gotta do it one last time, man. One last time. Just leave me alone, man. Hold on real quick. Is it still there? Nah, I gotta get it. Anyway, you said no Diddy, and I just thought of something. I'll put up. Anadar, Andy. Solid brother, man, from the X. He's out of there. He's not in there. We spoke briefly in text and messenger the other day, man. Another one from back in the days from when I came in, man. Always riding the BX41 home together and all that. My War. Hey, Leroy. Come on, man. Come on, My War. Come on, man. Come on, man. He's another one. Good dude, man. He used to give me rides, man. Help me get to church and bring me back and stuff like that. Cool, man. Gabaya. My man Gabaya. Frank's brother-in-law. Solid. He always showed love, man. Helped me out, man. Looked out. Knowing I needed a ride in the transportation, man. Shout out to him. Gadai one. Kanai. I know he's a so-called apostle now. So he gotta hate me. He hates me. I loved Kanai, man. A big brother, man. Like, just laugh with him, and he's like a real big brother, man. Word. Zion Amath. That was my dude. When I came back to council that one time in 2016, he came up the stairs. I was standing on the steps to wait to go in, and he was coming up the stairs, and he grabbed my ankle, like, to say hello and shit, you know, so I could look at him. And he gave me a little, like, a smile on the side and stuff, like, happy to see me. It's my dude, man. Tazadaqyah Warrior. You kind of won. Shalumba. And Kawalama Maf, man. If I missed anybody, you know, it was not intentionally, but these are guys that, bro, it was a joy, and I felt like these were my brothers. You know what I'm saying? I'm around these guys all the time. We see each other all the time. We at the church all the time, interacting all the time. Of course, Amafi Magabash, Gabriel, of course. Of course, man. Even Amav Gabar. And Dwight. So now I am your enemy. Y'all said it. Y'all the ones that did that. Your doctrine is false in regards to what you call an antichrist. But that's it. I've taken up my time. I'm gonna leave it to the brothers to give their closing statements, and that's it, man. I ain't coming back to talk about nothing. Whatever you wished on me and on Weezy and on any other members that have left and stood up against the false prophet, the antichrist, the deceiver, the liar, the false master teacher. There's only one master, and that's the king. The false royal family priesthood, that don't exist. There's no order of Melchizedek. You don't know it. That's a heavenly thing. Nobody knows that. Save the king. That's it. Could go on for days and days, man. But the email's there. GODTIME4ever@gmail.com. If you want anything that was posted tonight, that's it. It's a wrap. It's done. Aaron, my brother Gap Tooth Truth, former cult member Mike. Closing statements. We're gonna wrap it up. That's it.
You can go ahead, Mike.
Mike, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was looking at a scripture. Yeah, I echo everything that you said. You know, definitely for all of those brothers and even other ones that wasn't mentioned, I had a lot of love. I still do. Love ain't changed, to be honest with you. But I had a lot of just respect and just looked up to brothers that I thought was just, they was They was living that Israelite life, you know, and I had tremendous respect and honor for a lot of those men that was my superiors in there, and love, great love for them. So, you know, the only thing that I could say, man, is that, you know, in terms of, like, there was a scripture that I wanted to read, and it's Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 11. It tells you, it says that the Lord doesn't take any pleasure in the death of the wicked. So, you know, when brothers is, you know, coming on and making videos and talking about how they wishing, you know, judgments and harm and all of that to come to brothers, you really got to examine what spirit you in, right? The apostles, I think I've said this before, but the disciples, they wanted to call fire from heaven to burn up a city of people that rejected Christ. And Christ said, you know not what manner of spirit ye are of. The Son of Man has come to save lives, not to destroy them. So really examine, like, where did you get this from? Who taught you to hate? Because God is about love. The Bible tells you if a man says that he loves God and he hates his brother, that he's a liar and the
Right.
truth is not in him.
Right.
So examine that, right? Because at the end of the day, this is what we say we about, right? We about the Bible. We about the word of God. Because if anybody asks y'all right now, and if you worshiping Jermaine or a man, you going to say, hell no. That's going to be your response, right? You're going to say, I worship Jesus Christ. Well, the scripture says, he that believeth on me, as the scripture have said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. So follow God, brothers. Read the Bible, follow the word of God. Don't let somebody just pull a wool over your eyes, you know. But that's all I gotta say. I got love for y'all, brothers. Straight up. Peace.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there's a lot of brothers I can name. I'm only going to do a couple, mainly because, you know, we were kind of a small group in Allentown. So, Tazadaqyah, this brother, no, you know what I mean? You know, I don't know if he's still in there. I'm assuming he is, because he was definitely under the spell. But, you know, full well, you used to, you used to complain about the things that was going on the low. But it's whatever. It's all love. You always been a solid brother, a reliable brother, you know, just real good spirit. Dawiyad, this dude could be easily one of the meanest people you ever want to meet, but you would think he is. But he's one of the nicest brothers that you could ever meet. For real. Like, you know, just beyond humble, beyond, you know, just a good brother, man, to the core. Them Yadawa. This dude, man, is talented as they come. I have never run into a problem that he ain't have start working on a solution for. um, Prideful as hell, but man, he'll give you the shirt off his back. You know what I'm saying? Zion, you was under that spell, brother. You under that Tazi spell for real. You thought you was Tazadaqyah.
Yep, that's a fact.
And it's a shame. It's a shame because you want to talk about talent and all that, bro. Maybe you were overcompensating because you know you a so-called Edomite. I don't know. I ain't gonna damn psychoanalyze you or nothing like that, man. But you act like you tough as hell. You got foots put on you several times for acting tough, and people had to run to your rescue. All I can say to you, brother, is man, I don't think there's anything that'll break the spell. I'm sorry, I don't have as much faith in brothers breaking away because you were a maniac Tazi impersonator, if there ever was. But to anybody in Allentown, specifically, and in that place in general, y'all saw what was happening. You saw the false prophecies. Listen, ain't nobody split the Atlantic Ocean, and nobody came back. Rakah Kalamai, nobody came back. So that man was a liar and a thief. And if y'all can't see that, man, I don't know when y'all ever will, man. You know, may God have mercy on y'all. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, and that's the final message, man. The ones that are sanctioned by the Almighty to be liberated and for His mercy to be extended on them, for them to leave out. I hope it happened for you soon, man. Everybody else, anybody that choose to remain and ignore what was provided because they want to try to use me as a scapegoat. So that's all it's been. That's it. It's done. We was quiet for 3 years and 5 months, 1,290 days, and it will continue that way. And that's it. There's nothing else to talk about. Weezy want to come back once a year, though, April 18th. Every year he wants to do that, but I don't know if I'm going to entertain that. I don't know. But that's what he want to do. Every year, April 18th, come back the day after. I don't know about that. I don't know.
You want to see if anybody... You should have put up the joint I said, but that is all good.
Which one? Oh, no, I wanted to. I can't. Let me see.
Oh, that was a video joint. That was a video joint.
Yeah, that's the video.
It wasn't working.
Let me see if I got it over here. Hold on. Let me see. Nah, I don't. I don't got it on this joint. But it's all good. Listen, salute to my brothers, Gap 2 Truth, Aaron. Y'all know I'll be trying to speed through. It's a lot, man. We did 5 hours, man. That's it. That's enough. That's it, man. Salute to my brother, Gap Truth. My brother Aaron, God bless you and your family. My man Mike, God bless you, my brother in the family, man. And that's it, man. Peace to everybody that tapped in tonight, everybody that tuned in, that came in from the beginning, that's still here right now. And the video will be up to watch and look and look at, and anything you need, GODTIMEforever@gmail.com.
Peace.
Godspeed to the believers.
Godspeed.